All right. Let me move some stuff. So let's chat a little bit about early guitar work. Um uh, all this. Okay. They feel pretty okay, not as bad as I remember it being. Okay. How long ago since you picked up the guitar? I would probably say pace yourself because there's some things that naturally don't develop except with time, which is like your fingertip sensitivity may fade after a while when you practice really long. And it can set you back if you start feeling a little bit uh if you push your fingertips a little bit too much. Do you use steel strings or nylon strings? Do you happen to know? PK? Nylon strings tend to be a little bit easier on the fingers. Steel strings tend to pierce quite a bit more. Steel, since well, that's kind of funny you say that, but I think uh electric guitars typically use nylon strings. Acoustics tend to use steel strings. Oh, well, I guess you could actually I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. They probably both come in the same. Yeah, I think they're both. I might have that reversed, but typically, large acoustics tend to use steel strings. Practice guitars tend to use nylon strings, which nylon strings are, either way, I don't really know the frequency anymore. Either way, nylon strings tend to be a little bit softer on the hands, as far as I know. So the you say you haven't played a long time. Back in the day, in the first couple days when in the first week, you get really hype, right? You try to practice a lot. But a lot of times you can pinch your fingertips quite a bit, and it will cause you to need to rest a bit more. So I would say if you want to practice 4 hours a day, it's it's highly encouraged you spread your passion and your enthusiasm out on a daily basis. And here's something that is honestly something that you have to gauge yourself. When you practice something, there's a point where when you practice more, you get less back. It's a period of diminished return. I mean, there is always theory, right? Well, this is technically, so let's define theory, right? So the idea about using this term theory is very nebulous. So let's start with the idea. A theory is basically a suggestion of ideas, right? And those ideas can be explained by converging evidence. So a theory, 99.5% of our conventional knowledge is theory. As in, the strength of the theory is determined by its converging evidence that supports the theory and all the evidence against the theory. So when you say there's always theory, yes, there is technically always theory, but there aren't truths. There are far fewer truths when it comes to using them to guide our practice and our actions. There are facts, that's the evidence, but evidence is not theory. Evidence does not give something predictive power. But with all that said, the most popular theory regarding biomechanics and how people discover how people improve over time, for each individual person, there's a period of active participation and practice that will give them improvements. However, within a specific statistical range, for example, I don't really know about the hands, like it's not my area, but there's a amount of practice past a certain point, you will start to diminish in return. Now, let me draw a graph. Hold up. We need a graph. So this is kinda, I can kinda illustrate it with a makeshift graph. Let's see. And you have to discover that on your own, BK. So it will be very, it's within a given range. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to stay within a reasonable amount of time, right? And you test how much. It's very difficult to gauge. So it's, you kind of want to have a structure where, like, oh, I plan on playing a specific amount of time. And yes, when you first start, hang on, what the heck? Oh wait, I need to wiggle this so it shows up. There we go. So when you start, you can be very, very passionate. Like, it's called beginner gains, is what the bros at the gym would say. But basically, in the beginning, you're very enthusiastic. So you would naturally practice a lot. The thing is, it would typically be above what you would consistently do. So in order to, if you want to lean in, typically this is something to be aware of, and it is your choice. You can still go really ham in the beginning. It'll just normalize at some point. And depending on the type of person you are, you could find that discouraging. And to be aware of beginner gains could help you be less discouraging when it happens. So for example, let's say there's no wrong or right way to do this. It's just more information. And then more information can help someone be very comfortable in deciding on what they want to do. So for example, if we have, right? And then we have time, whoops. We have time invested. So this is like our practice, right? Our practice sessions. Talking about not steady hands. And then these are like, this would be like session number, right? So typically what happens is you know, let's say this is session 1 and this is session 2. When you have someone who hasn't played in a long time, so this is, we're going to say untrained or formally untrained, or formally trained, right? Yeah. Well, the idea is, the difference now is we're actively talking about something that you're interested in. And a lot of times what schools have to do when they're teaching is that they have to find a subject that overall has a higher frequency attached to a gigantic class. So this is individual one-on-one. So typically the person picking the example would be inferring an interest of that other person. So what I am doing it's true that I'm doing something very similar to in school. However, now I get to pick examples that are relevant to you, which makes it a little bit more engaging. Um, Unfortunately, schools can't afford to do this, right? Pragmatically speaking, if you have like 40 students, there's no way you can hire one teacher, still offer it for just minimal tax dollars, and have every teacher teach one student specifically to do this. But we're in a unique situation. So so you're either untrained or you're formally trained. Basically, yeah, but your old music teacher might have resonated with you if it was in a classroom format, but he might not have resonated with someone else in the class if you were in the class. Or your old teacher might have had one-on-one with you already, like if it's like a private teacher. But if it was a public teacher, it was great that that teacher's approach to teaching resonated with you. It's not guaranteed that everyone in the class is going to feel the same. So in this situation, you're one of the other kids that resonated with the teacher. However, in that class, there would be at least 20 to 30%. The teacher who's teaching is going to find some number acceptable that doesn't engage with students. So they're trying to be realistic. So when you come up with like a seminar or lesson, you're trying to maximize the number of numbers. So what kind of examples, what kind of approach can I reach the most number of students? And in this case, it's wonderful to hear that your teacher, whatever they decide to use to approach, resonated with you, because you always want to be lucky enough, in my opinion. There is an element of luck that all your teachers are like that. Like, hey, whatever they do best, I hope it's something that I like. Because if it's something that I like, I will be successful. So, and the teachers want to always think, okay, I know I'm not going to be able to reach all the kids, but what is the best way that I can reach most of my kids? And then when there are problem students, I hope that I can see it. And what I mean by problem students, I don't mean the students with problems. It's more like you cannot reach that kid the way you're teaching now. And you hope you can pick that up. Like one of the kids are struggling. That's why teachers who give more quizzes, do more progress checks, tend to end up turning over classes with more consistent results. And you might be saying, yeah, getting bad grades or getting caught off guard on quizzes kind of mean you're not studying well. But at the same time, it tells the teacher whatever they're doing is also not encouraging to the students to study for their quizzes. It's a way for teachers to inform themselves too. But a lot of times, I'm not saying this is how all teachers think. This is how I typically think about quizzes. When I give quizzes and assignments, it's to inform if I'm failing, if I'm not engaging the students, just as much as saying those students are probably not studying well enough. The idea is it's a two thing. Not all teachers are like that though. Some teachers would typically, in my opinion, the bad apples, like the ones that I disagree with, are the teachers who think that it's the student's problem and not just, it's like all the students' problem and not just themselves. But for me, I really do care about teaching. So, so I really take it seriously. When a student's performing poorly, it's also a reflection of my ability to teach. Because if they're doing poorly, and let's exclude this kid doesn't have a developmental problem, like there's no sign of any physical and mental limitations, it reflects on my ability to teach the student as well. So not a lot of teachers take that into account. They typically just say like, oh, 90% of my students are doing well. Why aren't these 10%? It's their problem. They're not applying to they're not bending and adapting. In a way, that's true. That's true. But at the same time, you as a teacher have a job to be adaptive too. It's a two-way street. And I do discourage professionals from blaming something they can't control. Technically, they can kind of sort of control it because youth tends to be very encouraging or impressionable, but that's an entirely different story. There's some morals behind that as well. This is something my homeroom teacher told me in class. She likes giving quizzes. Ah, I see. I'm really grateful that Sweden has so. That's great. I'm glad you have overall a positive experience in school. Statistically, PK, statistically around the globe, like internationally, uh, this might come as a real reality check or something. In most cases, all the existing educational systems around the world tend to be similar overall. Like it averages up to you have just as many people who are dissatisfied and satisfied. Because if you ask yourself logically, if there is an educational system that is the best, like statistically great, inherently, due to the nature of the internet and information exchange, many of the educational systems would gravitate towards it. But there isn't one educational system that is statistically better or more successful than the others. That's why all our educational systems still exist, if you know what I mean. It's naturally logical for humans to adopt or try to adopt something that is statistically significantly better. But I am, with all that said, now that you mentioned that you're in Sweden, I am referring specifically to the American education system. But the American education system is also broken up regionally. And I represent a very specific regional American education system. I've spent most of my life educated in a very specific part of the United States, which it's really actually not that consistent since the United States is very large and it is very separate. Even within the region, there are 3 different tiers of variation because the United States system works like segregated. There's a lot of mini versions. It's not as reflective. I'm not sure about Sweden, but like other countries would have a universal system, which all the education gets averaged out. So their system is averaged to everything. In the United States, that's not how it works. There's a system that tries to average everything out, and if you fall into that system, you get public education. However, the United States is also privatized. So if you're like your parents are really wealthy and you're very opportunistic, you can go into an education system that will almost naturally guarantee a more individualized education for you specifically. So depending on who you are talking to in the United States, you could end up talking to someone who has a private education, or someone who's entirely homeschooled, or someone who's in the public education system. As a background, I grew up to high school, up to 18 years in the public education system. So that's where all the average is. So when I'm talking about this stuff, which we digressed it really far, my approach is from a public education system. And in the United States, the public education system is it's a lot more similar to the approach of other countries where they try to make all the education system as similar as possible so that all the resources also go into that system to overall prop it up to a higher average. After I left high school, when I went off to college and graduate school, I was in the private education system. So that stuff that I took as a professional, I used it to try to make my public education approach that I was exposed to more like the good stuff in the private education. Private education tends to be filled with a lot of bells and whistles, things that public education can't afford to do for everyone. So now I'm kind of like, this is how I would approach if I'm teaching one person, which is closer to private education, because like there are very few students. It takes a lot of, you need to be quite exceptional to get into that situation. So when you're already exceptional, you tend to have exceptional people teach you, right? But those teachers do not reflect the public education, which they have to deal with way more students. They have to figure that out. Anyways, that's a big digression, but I really love talking about education because teaching is largely my passion in any way possible. So let's go back to this. So you're practicing, right? So a lot of times this is what it would look like. You would have day one, right? Let's put some. So this would be the time. It tends to be like this, right? So you'll say like this is the 4 hours, right? And then it'll be like this for a while. So it'll, the second session, then the third session. But during this period is what I would call beginner gains or beginner passion, or the honeymoon period. Basically, you're starting out, you're very enthusiastic, right? You're very enthusiastic, you put in a lot of hours. However, at some point, what beginner gains is, at this point, you will likely see a lot of improvement. What I mean is improvement as in you're either retraining, so you're getting back, it's like getting on a bike, right? If you already know how to ride a bike, so you're formally trained, you're retraining, you gain a lot. If you're a newbie, you also get lots of gains in this beginning period. But what happens over time when the body normalizes and then you reach where you naturally left off, where your plateau is, your inherent learning gap, where it stops, you can enter a state where this feedback, these gains right here, they'll disappear, right? And then ultimately, depending on your personality, you have to ask yourself, what kind of personality do you like? Do you like playing something if you don't see improvement? Like, what happens if you suddenly get worse momentarily? Does that stop you or demotivate you? In most cases, like statistically, when someone begins a new skill set, especially younger people, what happens is it would plummet. So their sessions after the plateau would plummet. And it is this that there are two trends. You could end up continue to plummet until there's no practice at all. So that's a big trend. Basically, there's not enough motivation, self-motivation. So this is without a teacher structure. So there's no like teachers or adults pressuring you. So this is absent of no adults or teachers. So there's nothing that obligates you to keep practicing. And this is kind of the situation you want to be aware of. It's arbitrary how long this period is because I don't know you as a person, so I don't really have a gauge. The alternative, if you have a different personality, this is the other extreme personality, which is you have this plateau, but you could use it as a challenge. So the framework is, if you're challenged, what would happen is you would increase your output, right? Until it reaches what you originally started, right? So but here's the catch. Or here's the catch. Here's the catch. It might go up, but this doesn't mean during the same period that your gains are going to go up. Your gains are, let's put another, so your gains, hold up, I need to put a white background. I keep forgetting I can show. Okay, so your gains, on the other hand, now remember this, we have to remember, actually I could, so here, so we remember, so this is what the graph looks like, right? This would be two, ideally it would be somewhere in between, like it's a mix. But those are two situations, extreme situations, one would want to take note of. So meanwhile, your gains would be different. So, whoops, that's white. Okay. So now we draw a new graph, which we use on top of here. And this would be improvement or perceived improvement. And we're not focusing on any specific thing, like how you hear yourself, like, oh, now you can play songs. It's all overall how mentally you process improvement. So all that stuff that's gathered that is telling you you're improving, since you're a person that's untrained or you're retraining, it's all of it. It's just how you're intuiting your progress. You're not a trained person yet. A trained person would be able to say, I'm measuring my scales, I'm measuring my performance. Like, they would deconstruct it. But this is just specifically for someone who's picking it up or haven't become a professional yet. So this is overall improvement, right? Overall improvement. And it would be, without saying too much, it would be the difference between where you were before, like the day before, and where you are today, like your perception. So what happens a lot of times is in the beginning, you will get this thing called a beginner gains. So in the beginning, you'll perceive that you're getting improvement, and it's really rapid. So this is time, with respect to time. So this progression is really high, and this is what we call beginner gains or retraining. Okay? So during this time, your practice, you see, like, your practice time is still really high, and your beginner gains is going really high. So what you would think about, what it gets you to think is, oh, if I put in the practice, if I put in practice time, I get more gains. However, that's not what actually happens. In theory, the vast majority, nearly, I would say conservatively, 90% of people who do skills and develop skills, what happens is your practice time is going to continue to increase as you see improvement. But what happened is the rate of improvement is going to decrease because you're reaching your skill cap. You're getting closer to your current skill cap. And that's not to say your glass ceiling, not like the best you can do. You're getting closer to where you left off or where you're going to be naturally. And this decrease, you're still going to put in a lot of time. But what happens is you're putting in more time, but you're getting less gains. And this is kind of relevant to where we're going, but it's a different topic. So right here, this part can be very discouraging to people, especially when you don't have like school or grades or other motivation that you don't control encouraging you to do it. Like that's why school is one of the biggest structures of education being mandatory is you have no choice. So at some point you're going to get over the hump, and what happens is your improvement over time is going to steady out. So what I mean is, it's hard to describe this. This is a delta. This is a delta. That means how much you change from previous. It'll stabilize somewhere. So this would be like this amount right here, like this distance is consistent improvement. Sometimes it can be like higher. Sometimes it can be really low. And then what happens is it can also dip. It can keep going down. So at some point, you're going to reach a minimum amount of improvement. And this consistent improvement, you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? And this right here, the moment you get here and you decide, yeah, I really like this, then you have the possibility of becoming a professional. If this is enough, you quit over time. So, with that said, this is the natural progression, right? Now, here's what I was talking about earlier. It's what I was talking about earlier is not related to this, but just to give you an idea, to visualize what happens when pretty much everyone, we're talking about like more than 90% of the people, when they're developing skills, this is the pattern that you'll fit. The level in which it sits and how high these things are where the individual varies, right? Now we're going to focus on where you are right now. Basically, this phase right here, this early phase, which we call the beginner phase, the beginner gain phase, or the honeymoon period, or the retraining phase. So let's pull up, and now we're going to like make this bigger, this phase bigger, right? So during this time, you're in this phase, and you're going to have improvements, right? We're going to do improvements. I wonder if I can, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, but we'll see. And we're going to have time, that basically practice time. We're going to have both of them on here. Actually, let's do them in a different color. So practice time is going to be in red. And we're just going to use, let's use like blue for improvement. Right? So, and then the bottom is session time. So like what day, like 1, 2, 3, etc. So with each session, right? And something you have to understand, in my opinion, to help maximize your amount of time is something you have to discover too. Like you probably got this feeling maybe already as you're a kid. Typically what happens is when you're younger, there's no cap. The more you practice, you're probably good to go. But as you're getting older, like as you grow older and stuff, you'll kind of see this happen. So I'm not sure where you are in this at the moment. But what happens is, all right, so your practice time. You could do what you're doing now, which is you put in a lot of practice time, right? You can keep putting in. Actually, you know what? Let's make it even more dramatic. So, say you're practicing 3 hours today, and then you're like, yes, I got a lot more improvement, right? So you got this amount of improvement, okay? So the next tomorrow, you're gonna put in this much time. You're gonna be like, yes, I got a lot of improvement. Like I got to put in more hours. So now you go up to 5 hours. and then you're going to get more improvement, right? Because beginner gains, what happens is it's almost uncapped. You haven't reached your max amount of improvement between day to day. So you're going to get this, you're going to get more. And what you tell yourself is you're a beginner or you're retraining, you haven't broken this down yet. You're thinking, I got more improvement, but the multiplayer can't be as much tight. No. That's not right. Wait, but the multiplayer can't be as much, right? No. That uh, I'll that's a different point. But this is a different point. We're talking about diminished returns. So I will maybe we'll entertain that in a bit. So when you tell yourself like tomorrow you're gonna put in more time, right? And then you're going to get improvement. You're gonna see it and you're gonna feel that there's more improvement, right? The change is this much. So you're getting more overall. So you're like, yes, this is good. This is good. I should put in even more time the next time. Really, really more. It's like, will I get more improvement? Well, possibly. You could still experience more improvement, right? Like this is still more. Like you're still more. But there's a danger to this. And I like to emphasize, this is where I'm trying to emphasize it can be a double edge. So if you look at this, the amount of extra time you're spending, right, between your last session is this much. And then you increased this much. But look at the improvement, right? So there's going to be a point where you invest more time, but you're going to get less improvement. So what I'm saying is often this happens in the beginning because you're really excited. You see a lot of improvement, and it is true. That's what's happening. But you have to also leave time to rest. You want to make sure that you're getting rest, which actually does help with improvement. So there's an amount of time where if you're actively practicing, you're not actually getting more improvement. And what you're also doing when you're doing this is you're reducing rest, which also decreases improvement. So all these things are happening at the same time. There's a point where when you're actively practicing, you're going to get less and less improvement, like meaningful improvement. And you could choose to rest more to get your amount of improvement. And this also goes with a type of biology and evidence where rest is actually the period in which you improve. Like literally is when you improve. When you're practicing in the moment, maybe some of it you can observe an improvement. But the vast majority of the time when you see the improvement is after you rest. So you get your time in, you practice, and you write down how long you've practiced, right? I want to practice at least certain things, at least certain amount of things, and then you rest. So it's going to be a tricky situation, but if guitar work is going to be your life, if you truly believe this is going to be your life moving forward, this is a concept that will be able to help you guide towards the later end. So we haven't even talked about what happens when we get to the second half, right? which is here, all the stuff that I said, right, will also have to framework when you're in this region where it and it's a lot harder. And this is where I am now with Osu training. Even after 18 days, what you're going to see is you're going to see a plateau. So what I kept my time consistent, I've practiced 1 to 2 hours each day, typically at 2 hours. So even though I kept my time the same, I know how much time I'm practicing. My improvement over time is diminished. It's getting lower and lower. And the reason why I can keep myself doing it is because I know the amount of improvement is going to decrease over time. However, I am not increasing my practice time to continue pushing my improvement because in general, when you reach this stage, more practice time takes away from your ability to rest. And it actually will probably make you worse over time. It will make you underperform next time. So what the situation I'm talking about is overtraining. You're gonna end up discovering at some point, maybe later in life, perhaps not right now, you're gonna know this point where when you're overtraining and you have to exercise restraint, you have to self-control and try not to be overtrain yourself. Because what happens in overtraining, when you overtrain, the most likelihood, and it's when someone is super passionate, right? So this is when we think about overtrain, what kind of people would overtrain? If you're passionate, if you're new, if you're younger, all these because there's a lack of restraint. And typically these two right here is lack of wisdom or life experiences yet. That's not to say it's a bad thing. Life experiences, lack of life experiences also make you super passionate. It leads to super passion here. But what it's linked with is also overtraining. You're going to have a habit of overtraining. And what happens is, what does overtraining lead to? Overtraining leads to injury. And there's no other thing that can destroy a dream than injury. So always be careful that you're not pushing yourself too hard. It's the really, really, really take home message that I'm really aiming at. So right now, the reason why I asked you how your fingers are feeling is that just, be careful not to push yourself too hard. You get more improvements naturally. In general, the theory is that if you play a specific amount, eventually that same specific amount of time is going to cap out your improvement. And resting will prevent injury. And this, when you get injury, your improvements go away. You actually get worse over time. So the idea is, it's going to suck, and this is a reality a lot of times. It's something that is strongly considered. Passion can overcome improvement. So what I mean by that is the change in improvement. Because over time, when time goes up, improvement, the amounts of improvement is going to go down. It's going to get to the point where you're not going to have enough time. Not enough time in a day. Not not enough time in the day to get enough improvement to keep you going. But what that happens is passion is going to keep you going, even though your improvement is going down with respect to time. So, one of the hot takes from this is enjoy at your pace, right? But generally take it slow, take it slower than you are tempted right now. And spend rest. I know it can be very exciting, but rest equals more improvement, especially in this period. So, I this is a personal thing too, because the first time I picked up a guitar, I pretty much almost caused my fingers to turn blue. And that was like 4 to 5 hours a day for like the first 2 weeks. And then at some point, calluses will form. Then you lose the sensation in your fingertips. And what I mean by fingertips, the nerves are still there. Like you can still feel it. It's just you have a mass of callus right on your fingertips. And it helps you like do certain things on the guitar that you kind of want those calluses. But at the same time, if you do it really rigorously and very quick, you lose out on all the potential time you can be improving from resting. So just take it slow, play your video games, play your OSU, get good grades. But it's nice to see that you picked up the guitar, you're super excited. But there's some patience as well. And hopefully you don't burn out. That's what a lot of times overtraining is the word I would use because I think about it as a physical thing. But typically, the thing that most people use, the phrase most people say now is burning out. You get burnt out. Passion burns candles at both ends. You burn out. The more passionate you are, the more likelihood that you're going to burn out. Which, if this is what you want to do for life, if this is what you really, really want for the rest of your life, the way this overtraining and burning out is something you have to have perspective on and to avoid. It could mean losing years of your life. And a lot of younger people do not recover from this. They will be devastated, and it will take a very long time for them to pick up the broken pieces. Like, they will be reinvigorated and stronger, but they will also carry the weight of being cynical and being jaded. That wisdom can make someone stronger, but it also takes away their passion. Their passion becomes less. And for me, I'm less passionate than I was before, as an example, for my own self-interest. However, with all that said, you can find passion in different other ways, which is what I did. I find passion in seeing and participating in other people's hobbies. You might not have the personality that enjoys that. So you kind of want to, some people end up spending most of their life trying to find that fire again, only to feel like it's going to never be the same anymore. So that's kind of the, so if I have a strong goal, it might get easier as well. If you have a hard goal, yeah, it might get, and so here's why I say yes to that. You're gonna psychologically feel it's gonna be easier. The more you ease into a learning process, the less likely you're gonna trap yourself into thinking it's way easier than it actually is. Because the perception, like how you see easy and hard, is dependent on your experience. I cannot tell you that. There's no rule to tell people this is inherently hard, this is inherently easy. It's how you interpret ease. So in the beginning, if you're improving like crazy, right? You're improving like crazy, you're putting time in, you can fool yourself, you can trick yourself. If it turns out bad, like worse later, you can think you've accidentally tricked yourself. If it turns out really great, you'll think for the rest of your life, that's how I should do it. But overall, being aware of all this means that you get to choose if you want to think it's easy or not, right? So if you're taking it slowly and you're improving, you're going to continuously take it slowly and improving over time. Even if you don't see that you're improving less and less over time. The people who are very passionate, they improve rapidly. But you're going to eventually, that rapidness is going to fall off. When you try to be the best at something, when you get to that best, when you're near that top, there isn't it's just not going to go in the same pace. That is still a theory. It's still a theory, but it's one that applies to 95+% of human beings. When you get close to the top, improvement is going to slow down. How fast you get up to there, how fast you get to the top is going to affect how you think, how hard and easy things is. Super talented kids who get to like really, really fast to the top, they hit a wall. They hit a mental wall where I don't feel like I'm getting better. I put in so many hours and it is so frustrating how low. It's because you're already near the top. You're near this part where you can no longer compare yourself to your beginner self. And you have to ask yourself, can you do that for the rest of your life? If not, you can choose to take it slowly. Enjoy. Just take in, enjoy the thing that you want to do for the rest of your life. And you will reach that same point. But when you reach that point up there, you will feel like it's no harder or easier than you've gone all the years before. And you know what the pros and cons of that is. One of the biggest pros is those people who treat it that way tend to continue doing that for the rest of their lives. And I'm not saying those who go all the way up and hit a wall. Some people tear that wall down. They're just like, nah. And then they'll eventually learn that it's small improvements at the top. Those people start, but it's harder. There's less success. If you risk overtraining and burning out due to passion, there are fewer people that do that would be successful in on like continue doing than the people who feel steady, feel like it's kind of hard the whole way through. Those people become more consistent because they are constantly have a leveled thinking of how much is acceptable improvement. Hey, Merry Christmas, Mazuku. Merry Christmas Eve, I guess. Wait, is today? Soon, Mazuku. Soon. I imagine you're doing something for Christmas. So it's like, yeah, happy holidays. You know, all the holidays. In case I don't see you, maybe you're gonna be like from Christmas to New Year's partying. I mean, it's the same time frame. Mazuku, you know you can't say something like that to me. Same would imply it's identical. It's inherently not the same time frame. I get what you mean. I understand, Mazuku. We're being technical right now, okay? You need to calm down with your hand wavy thing. Yeah, PK is in Sweden, so they had the same thing. But anyways, um, level yourself, but make sure your hands are okay, PK. So tomorrow, I would say, you know, practice less. Don't practice more. Like what I mean is try to practice a consistent amount of time that you're making sure that your hands are not going to get in the way. And 4 to 5 hours of practice is a lot of time. Like, that's a long time. Just check up on you. Do whatever you can to make yourself feel like you've practiced enough, but keep a track of how long you're actually spending. Try to get the same satisfaction. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. Try to get the same amount of satisfaction that you have. Like, oh, I've practiced enough. Get to that, but quicker, so that you can say, I can put down my guitar now. Like, I'm happy to put down my guitar. You don't have to convince yourself. You don't have to even convince yourself that what I say is true. Like, rest actually leads to fruitful improvement. Like, more rest leads to fruitful improvement. You just have to get to that feeling of satisfaction quicker. It will give you more time to rest, and you will tend to perform greater and greater as your rest period and your practice becomes more and more efficient. In the future, you can choose to practice and play as long as you want, knowing that you're able to. However, for this early period, it's often encouraged to know when you're over practicing, if you're over training, and when you're not. So you want to take it you want to ease into it. It is just to make it more consistent. Uh when you're improving a lot really quickly, as someone who's older, like who has went through this with, I don't know, 40 to 50 skills, getting caught up in the early improvements will kind of discourage you later, in general speaking, and it could lead to injury. And injuries will basically, by the time you recover from the injury, you might not even want to ever do it again, which happens so often in passion stuff. So you in my opinion, it's not worth losing your passion for something that you may love for the rest of your life because of an injury. If you look at sports, if you look at things like hobbies that turn professional for younger people, the thing that destroys their dreams tend to be injuries. And guitar is no different. Just because you're not kicking a ball or have the chance of being tackled or falling over contact sports, you can injure your mind. You can injure your dexterity in your fingers. You can develop arthritis. You can do a lot of things to a repetitive movement. And guitar, the stuff that we do as a hobby, tend to involve repetitive movement, and repetitive movement creates an opportunity to have repetitive stress injuries. And like myself today, I just had to take it easier. I can no longer, even if I don't feel like I've practiced enough or I pushed myself hard enough, I have to remind myself, even to this day, I'm already 35 years of age and I've gone through this a couple times already. I had to remind myself, if I keep pushing harder thinking I'm going to improve, I'm going to set myself up for disappointment. And while I am older and I can deal with disappointment and still realize the realistic outcomes it still hurts to be disappointed. Like it lasts less and less for someone like myself. Like I brush it off, right? More and more. However, I I've acquired a lot of skills. These things are no longer as big of a deal to me. But for someone young who is finding their first passions in life and their first hobbies, it can be extremely discouraging. It can be to the point where your whole life you're going to start developing self-esteem that deals with that. Like how confident you are is going to be determined by how you're shaped in the beginning. Uh some adults, some teachers, this is not, I'm just offering my opinion as someone who teach kids very often. There are other adults that would tell you differently. So if you want to talk to other adults, they might have different perspective. Here's another perspective from a colleague, from someone who is around my age who also do these things. They would rather have the kid understand what failure is early on. So they would push you to the limit and say, "Hey, it's a life lesson. You got to learn it eventually. There's a point where your passion can't make you good at something. That like it can't push you past a limit just because you believe it is." So there are counter counter theories for the overall health of a youth developing. So yeah, don't forget about meteors. Yeah, I know. Mazuku always likes to throw in some shade. I feel like I'm surrounded by people who do that though, which is pretty comical in general. If Mazuku wasn't making that comment, Sun would pop in and make that comment. Like the last time you met Sun, the last time he was the one that made a comment about like I don't even know. I can't come up with these. They're a lot funnier than I am. But I'm always genuinely like 100% serious. But yeah. Um you want to be careful. It's up to you really in the end to know what works for you. For me, I try my best not to set people up for disappointment. I'm a realistic person. Realism is how I go about doing things because I want to increase, in my opinion, I want to believe what I'm suggesting will give you the best opportunity to make guitar playing your life's ambition. Others would say, nah, you just got to learn it the hard way. And if you can beat that hard way, right? The thing I described, if you went and do the thing where you just keep going, and if you overcome that, nothing can stop you. Like, that's the alternative way of interpreting it. An adult could say, you should push yourself as hard as possible. And then you come to a realization, maybe you can't be the best. But if you still continue to do it, that's guaranteeing that you're always going to play guitar. That is totally another theory that's accurate. The more you know. The more you know, the more you can ask yourself, what kind of person are you? And I know this sounds really early on, but generally speaking, when I was 13 when I was becoming a teenager, I spent this time because of my personal experiences. This is how I think. Because when I was 13, I felt like I was already 30 years old. This is the stuff that I told myself to help me get through my teenage years. This is not what most teenagers think about. And in the United States, at least, where I grew up in the United States, this is not what teenagers think about. This is what I thought about as a kid. So when I say this is my opinion, it's also minority opinion. And I don't think this is true still to this day, that most adults or teachers would talk about this kind of thing. This is more of a let the kids do what they want, be super passionate about everything. They gotta learn sometime that they're going to fail. They gotta learn when They got to learn that eventually there are things that they work really, really hard on is not going to pay off. So that is the old school and still the most popular, in my opinion, the most popular statistical approach in the United States. In the United States, that is typically the system that's still in place for kids. They see a kid do really, really well on something. They're going to push that kid, make sure that kid continues to do that thing super really well, hammer it at home, and hope for the best. Hope that that kid overcomes the hump or is truly a genius. That would work out. If coincidentally they are truly the prodigy, then it's a win-win. But the chances of that kid being a prodigy based on the first thing they identify that's really good is like 1 in a billion. That's why they're called prodigies. That's why they're called geniuses. I did not grow up being told I was a genius or a prodigy, even though I was a gifted student. Like, I was identified as someone gifted, but even I had problems agreeing with that assessment. Being it doesn't give you more happiness. You don't get happier over time. In my opinion, you don't get happier just because you can push yourself really hard and people think you're really good at something. It's not going to, in the end, it's very unlikely to make you happier. And the goal, in my opinion, from my own life experience, is that the happiness of a child into adulthood can define the rest of their happiness as an adult and post adult. So that is number one priority for myself, which sometimes the people who are doing the other method or encouraging the other method has that same intent. They're not villains in this. They think that their approach will most likely get you to be successful, and successful in your own way, like what you think is success, is going to bring you happiness. So to me, I want to see you become a professional guitarist and make music, whatever Sweden guitarist genre sounds like right now. So I tend to always, generally speaking, suggest this first and let the person decide. There are the other methods, but you're probably already familiar with the other method. The stuff that I don't talk about is because if I had to guess, that's what the internet's telling you. That's what content creation emphasize. The stuff that you spend on your internet, that's the most common stuff. You think you'll play whatever thing sounds good? That's fair. Like it. Oh yeah, for your guitar thing. Yeah, yeah. When you're able to. Yeah. But remember, resting. You have to pace yourself. You have so long. Rushing. Here's my mindset. Rushing to be disappointed about in the thing you love. To me, you want to push that off as long as possible. Push that. The thing you're passionate about isn't always going to make you happy. That is a very unrealistic thing. Humans deny thinking that you'll always be happy doing the thing you're passionate in, like all of it, and you think it'll always make you happy. That is like rejecting that you're a human being. Like you're if you don't believe me, it's okay. It's absolutely understandable. As a 16-year-old aspiring to be a guitarist, you don't have to believe me. It's a conversation that's inherent to growing older and then reflecting on it. So eventually you'll come back to this in a different way, and you might choose to accept or not accept what I'm saying. It's the idea is I'm not going to do things that will encourage someone to set themselves for failure, in my opinion. So, that's how that works for me. MAKU hiding is 100%. I might be behind a pay. the idea is I want you to be 80% more I want you to have a higher success rate overall, not within a period of time. So what I'm saying is, in the end, right? Say you live, right? So here's what I'm saying. If I had to, I don't know, make an overall thesis on youth success versus, so we'll say this is success rate, right? And then this is delta. This is your life delta. There's an approach that you want kids to be like this. So this, to me, this is orthodox. This is the orthodox approach, right? And my approach is this perspective. Now, why do I say it's up to you to choose? Okay, it's up to you to, and this is what I mean is perceived. This is perceived success. So it doesn't matter what these numbers are, like what the level is. What you can see is when you average it out, when you average over the course of life, right? This is your entire life. When you average it out, they're the same overall. Like realistically, both of them are going to be very similar. So overall, over your course of your life, your success is going to be relatively, like, the perspective is going to be your red success, right? Your red success is going to be just as close to the average of your blue success overall. But what I'm saying is, for me, I would like this is your youth. This is your youth period. Actually, I should use a different. So early on, this is your youth as a kid right now, like young. This would be like your transition period right here. This would be when you're getting like adulthood, early adulthood, where you start learning about what works for you. This inflection point is the realization of that. And then this is your old age. So when you're going into old age. Now the question is, do you want to feel like a superstar? Right? The common approach is that you want kids to feel like superstars early on. For me, oh, I should make this red, huh? Red superstar. Right? And then know that success comes with a lot more hard work later. Or you want to be a superstar into the rest of your adult life. Oh yeah, I don't have that on PK. So, here's the idea. Who's happier, right? You have to ask yourself, who's happier? Does this early happiness paint all your happiness? Because this is not a graph of happiness. If we overlay this with a graph of perceived happiness, it can be very different. And you have to know these both things as a young adult. I feel adults can encourage both of these things, and you let the younger teenager approaching adulthood decide what kind of perspective works for them. Because overall happiness, oops, I'm writing on, okay, hold up. So overall happiness can be perceived differently. Like, say the red one, so hold up. So happiness, and then this is still delta T. So overall happiness, you could be like, oh, I'm really, really happy because I'm also a superstar. But then it could dip. Just like it could be 1-to-1, right? As success decreases, your perspective of your overall success decreases, your happiness plummets. But it still averages out. And then it's the same for this. Your overall happiness could be pretty low because you're stuck with realism. But then it will improve over time and it will still be that. However, if you ask yourself, okay, but I'm also, you could also have an idea, like if you're aware of this, you can choose to go like this, right? And what happens is, this is more the realistic thing, where a lot of people think early happiness can eventually you'll dip. But what happens is it raises the bar. It raises the overall baseline that you experience because you were exposed to success early. And what happens is you don't dip as low. But for me, early this stuff comes at a risk of dipping. Like what happens is it will transition and it will lower your overall. So this is the risk, which your happiness might not reach as high because of early realistic expectations. You might ground yourself even further down. And you see the reason why I overlap these is because there is a chance. Both of these are theories. And I don't know if there's a longitudinal study somewhere, but overall, they're going to be indistinguishable, I think, is why people argue what's an effective way to do this. And then you can see all the different in-betweens, right? There'll be different in-between methods. But in the end, is it meaningful? I'm not sure. These are still theories. So it's difficult to tease this apart. What happens is the goal of me mentioning this stuff is that the more you know, sometimes happiness does go down. But what happens is consistency goes up. So you could be sacrificing maybe less happiness, but gaining more consistency. So consistency, like happiness is going down, and you're gaining way more consistency. In the other way, I think you're sacrificing more happiness for less consistency. And that's my reasoning for slightly favoring one over the other. That's the only difference not the only difference, that's the most meaningful difference in my approach. I think knowing still is beneficial than experiencing it firsthand. You can do both. You can know and then experience at the same time. However, the person that would counter argue me, which the counterpoint to my point is, if you know early, you can also prevent something from happening. And say, like, if someone told you, if you wanted to know, what if someone was able to tell you now that you will not be a great guitar player, right? If you knew for sure that was the way, it would prevent you from trying in the first place. So that is the counter argument. That's why if I wanted to support why people still do the red one, focus on the red one, that would be a great argument. That's one of the primary arguments against that. What you won't know won't dwarf your passion. So you could possibly become successful as a guitar player, not knowing that the chances of failure is extremely high. The opposite would be my approach, which is tell the person how unlikely that you're going to become a famous guitar player, but know that that doesn't keep you from being happy about guitar playing. And it is more likely to make you satisfied with guitar playing, knowing that you're not aiming to be the best. You're aiming to make yourself happy playing a guitar. So those are two different perspectives, and they have their pros and cons. And you have to decide where your personality lands between these two. And then you can mix and match, because there's all these things in between that you can juggle between the two approaches. I'm using these two extreme approaches to show you what happens, the biggest difference. When you take extremes, you can appreciate the differences between the approach. I'm a product of the blue thing. So this is me. And the older I get, the more consistently satisfied I am with my skill development. There are very few things I do in my life that I'm dissatisfied by my progress. I have a friend, and you already met him, Son. He's exiting, he's coming to this part, this inflection point in his life, and he is the product of this. What does he have that I don't have is that he excelled at something way beyond what I would ever hope to achieve, even as a youth. But in a few things. In fact, it's basically one thing at the moment. But while he is consistently, wonderfully at a base level of satisfaction with that one thing, 90% of the other time, I am happier than him as he's transitioning, because this blue mark is going to overcome the red mark. So when I was his age, I was overall more satisfied. So when I went to college, I learned more things, liked more things, and I'm open to more things. But where our satisfaction level as that part in our life is pretty similar, because he is doing the thing that he wants to do as a young adult, and I was too. Now, later on in life, the question is he going to be depressed most of the time? Or is he going to raise up to the challenge and realize he just has to be satisfied with what he has? And to me, the approach that made me successful at whatever I'm doing, like, make me think I'm successful. It's not where this graph is the opinion of yourself, not someone else telling you what it is. Now, someone telling you what it is, that's the major difference. If someone was going to evaluate where Sun is and where I was when I was his age, there will be more people who understand all my skill sets than Sun's skill sets. The likelihood of any random person understanding how much he worked to be great at the game Osu compared to me, how much I worked to be great at science, math, linguistics. There are more people who can relate to me than him. So is that reinforcement important? The biggest changer is that Sun is okay with self-motivation. When I was a kid, I was not okay with self-motivation. My success was very dependent on the feedback of others, because I only believe that, to me, when I was younger, is that the feedback of others override the feedback of myself, because I do believe evidence comes from something I don't control. If I'm telling myself that I'm good at something, that's not enough. And Sun agrees with that too. The only problem is he needs more self motivation. He needs a source. His personality has to provide self motivation because he has a skill that applies to a smaller population of people. Only a small subset of people compared to me would provide feedback to him. And because of that smaller feedback, you can develop things like, is it really real? I don't believe it. So you encounter self-esteem problems. So here, that's the big deal about this. Like, both these two approaches can lead to self-esteem problems depending on your personality. But I think overall, knowing this helps you choose. It allows you, at least I think by the time you become a teenager, you're exploring. That's a pretty decent time to know about how you develop self-esteem and how you determine if you like something or not, and how you're going to develop success or not. And it sounds really dramatic, but as a person who loves teaching youth, this is like the biggest period in your life, because this part really, this 6 to 10 years, I'm gonna be generous, 6 to 10 years can shape like 50 years. So I mean, some people get lucky and they, in my opinion, some people get lucky and they go through this 10-year period a lot later. And also, this is worth noting, this is a time when the internet is not a big deal, right? So the stuff that I'm going through has no internet, right? The internet during this time is not a big deal. So um I'm friends with Sun, and I like to hear how his life changes as he's going, because he is younger than me. He's in a context that I no longer am. So I cannot, so all the stuff I describe is a theory. They're all theories. Okay, that's what makes most of the stuff we know a theory, especially about human behavior, human progress, human fitness. They're all within the context of the time and the conditions they have. So, yes, that is a very nice, concise way of saying there are always theories, because evidence and facts don't change. Theories do. So, uh, people have opinions about theories. They don't have opinions about facts. If you think someone is trying to say it's a fact, then why are you even discussing it? Because if it's a fact, there's no discussion. So ask yourself, how often do you have a discussion about something that's factual? I'm going to say, if I'm bold, almost all of them are not factual if you're discussing it. So I love this stuff. This is my favorite part about it. It I just don't like the money part and the fear of, with all that said, I have the biggest fear is that this stuff can ruin people's lives. And I don't do this professionally, and I don't create, like, I'm not like a secretary of education or like some leader who's trying to dictate what works and what doesn't work, because I have, personally for me, I have a fear of ruining people's lives. Helping people's lives, I'm more okay with. But when I help someone, I also feel concerned if I manipulated them or if I removed other possibilities. So for me, I don't do this professionally on the account of, even if I wish the best for someone, You cannot guarantee that it is the best. You cannot see what doesn't happen. And that's why I stick to science or stick to like data gathering or looking at what has already happened. I spend most of my life and professionally, I evaluate things that has already happened, as in it is a fact that we know something and we don't know something. All this like predictive algorithm, this behavioral stuff, I do it for people who care about what I have to say. That's all. Like I don't do it because I think I know better than other people. That's entirely different from the internet. The internet literally sells you facts, but they're not facts. They sell you that it's a fact. So be careful of that. I am also trying not to tell you that this is the way to go. I'm offering you some perspective that you can use. So, as if I was a guitar teacher, I would probably say, can you practice the guitar for 30 minutes each day outside of our 30-minute lesson? No more, no less. Can you do that for 3 months straight without losing one day? If that student comes back to me and said, here's my log, here's my journal, and I wrote down what I did in those each day of those 30 days, in my hearts of heart and my intellectual, like my heart and my mind would say, this student is going to make for an amazing guitarist, because nothing is going to stop them from being consistent. They don't even have to like it to be consistent, because they are bound by their ability to tell themselves 30 minutes, I must write down the stuff. You might be thinking, oh, well, the student could lie, right? They could just write down and think they've done it. It's like, ask yourself, why bother writing that down anyways? That's still putting in more effort than pretending that you have done it and just telling me you have done it. So, no matter what, that active participation, even the act of lying, requires the student to learn something about themselves. The student could tell me to my face, it's like, oh no, but I lied about practicing. It's like, my first comment to that is, what did you learn about yourself? You probably learned that guitar is not for you. That's the first realization. I'm like, that's great. Now you know. You can save all the time. You can save your life, your time, including my time, and just choose not to play the guitar anymore. That's so much more, in my opinion, that's pragmatically so much more fruitful than forcing a student to have to lie to me, right? So, like, a lot of times people could do it the other way, where they was like, well, you just suck. Stop playing guitar. Stop wasting my time. You could get negative feedback to show that there's a consequence to lying and whatnot. That's fair too, if you want to teach that life lesson. But generally speaking, I'm a sucker to let the person discover their own mistakes. Let them analyze and evaluate their own actions. Because I'm not talking to like a toddler or a baby who has no frame of reference or morality. I'm talking to young adults. Young adults knows when things make them feel terrible, and know when there is a limit to it though. So I don't want to go into the controversial points, but you'll bring your headset with you? Oh, that's perfectly fine. I don't even know what I'm doing for the rest of the day now. But I could talk about this all day long. But it is Christmas. I imagine you have like family to be around, right? Oh, I guess uh it's early Christmas. Are you gonna go to bed before Christmas? PK, are you are you gonna go to bed so you can enjoy Christmas with your family? Uh my family, we in terms of Christmas, my family, we participate in Christmas. So like a lot of people like to celebrate, and we participate in our own way. Like if there's a friend who wants to invite us, we would do it. But formally we don't like, we acknowledge the idea of Christmas. So acknowledging that this is a time to reflect, and the spirit of Christmas is, the spirit of holidays is a thing. But we don't like get up early in the morning or exchange gifts or things like that. If someone say want to exchange gifts, I would participate in gift exchange. But a lot of people have come to realize that it's inconsistent to rely on me to observe very specific points. Oh, okay, okay, fair enough. Already, so okay, okay. Um, I used to go to this party with, or I used to join other people's Christmas celebrations, and in the United States, oh, especially today, because Christmas is on a Sunday, right? So, oh, you mean like Christmas proper or Christmas Eve? So here's another thing the United States vary, right? What I'm describing is those who celebrate on Christmas Day, but there are people who celebrate Christmas on Christmas Eve, like the day before. So I think you would be well in line with, I think half my friends would probably celebrate on Eve. Yeah, yeah, and the one that I'm about to describe, they like to celebrate on Christmas morning and afternoon, and in the evening, Christmas is already over. Like it's like it's over. So, what they typically do, especially if it lands on a Sunday, but sometimes people celebrate on the closest Sunday. So there's all of that. Let's just say in the United States, there aren't very like actual rules with this. Um, I mean, we call the 25th. Oh, okay. So, you celebrate on the eve, and you acknowledge that the 25th is Christmas Day. That's not the story I'm about to say, but on Sunday, I don't know if you watch sports or not. It's not a very common thing nowadays for kiddos in their teens, but Mazuku might find this relatable. But I used to attend a holiday morning, and they would eat quite a bit, and then they would watch the game, whatever game is on. I guess sometimes they might even watch reruns on the day, because it might not land on a Sunday. Typically in the United States, it's the Sunday that has games on, especially American football. Would be a thing. I actually don't know if American football happens on Christmas or not, like proper. Only Mazuka would know. I'm not a I tend to participate in that, but I don't usually know how these things work. It's the same for Thanksgiving as well. American Thanksgiving. And you might be thinking also, just to make sure, since you're from Sweden, uh I say American Thanksgiving because there's a Canadian Thanksgiving, and it happens at a different time than American Thanksgiving. It's not to say that other countries have Thanksgiving um, outside the Canada and United States. I don't know that. I don't actually know there's our other Thanksgivings, but there is a point to saying American Thanksgiving, because I'm aware Canadian Thanksgiving's in October, American Thanksgiving's at the end on the 27th in November. It's a big holiday season in the United States. I, for myself personally, and my parents might treat this time of day a little bit differently because they have people who like to celebrate those things. Me alone, it's typically just another day. I don't, and you might be saying, oh, well, that's no fun. All my days are valuable, is how I view it. It might not be the most popular with people who want to go above and beyond, but I'm a consistency person. I don't treat any other day as less or more as another day. So, yeah, that would also mean that if someone wants to celebrate my birthday, I have to understand and appreciate that. But me, myself, my birthday is just another important day. So when I get up and do something, this is not when I was younger, this blue line right here, this blue line, when I was younger, that's not how I felt. Now that I'm older, every day is a possibility. Every day is a day that I can be successful at something. So rarely do I ever feel that my day is wasted anymore. I think in Finland, we celebrate the day Finland became their own country. Oh, okay, that's fair. Okay. Oh, interesting. So you're multinational within the Scandinavian countries. I don't even know if that's accurate anymore. I like to call them Scandinavian countries, but you're in between. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So right now you live in Sweden, but did you did you live in Finland at some point? You still think it's accurate? Okay, fair enough. Sometimes I'm not so sure because I live in the United States. Technically, most of my life is in the United States. I did spend a 3-month period in New Zealand. So technically, no, I didn't spend most of my life in all my life in the United States, but it's more or less the entirety of my life in the United States. Oh, okay. So you have family there though. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so some of your family stayed in Finland. Uh Interesting. I'm I guess you can probably already come to that conclusion. I'm multinational too. My family uh come from China. I am the first that is Americanized. So I'm the first born in the United States. So I'm as close to my parents' culture as possible, having been born in a different country. So however, with that said, the United States is a very different landscape. Because culturally, there's enough space and concentration in the United States. You can have people who are born in the United States, but almost entirely reflective of a culture they came from. The only reason I know that is because I was raised in a different environment than, say, my cousins. And my cousins behave quite substantially different than I do. Because culturally, the environment they grew up in are largely surrounded by Chinese people that currently live in the United States. And I was raised in an environment that was almost completely void of Chinese people, with the exception of my parents and my sister, and maybe like one or two other Chinese people. So, in the United States is quite funny that way. So a lot of times when we talk about things, which gives people away, by the way, when when it's not a when it's a big deal that you think differently, you're probably in a country that's multicultural. If you think that there are rules and right and wrong ways, you might still be in that country that is multicultural, but you are more likely to be from a country that's homogeneous in culture. I call it homocultural, but I think depending on the language, that might be misinterpreted. Yeah, that's still true for the United States too. It's largely okay. That's a human thing, so a demographic thing. Um, urban versus rural. That does happen. Yeah. And it's universal. There are super rare cases. Actually, I don't think I can think of a case right now where the metropolitan area, the city, right? The city area versus the localized, like rural or conservative area. We call them conservative areas. So, conservative areas are very heritage bound. They tend to reflect the homoculture, the dominant culture that reflect the heritage of the majority of the country's legacy, like what is like dogma. And then the urban area tends to reflect a more varied culture relatively because urban areas tend to facilitate a wider range of various factors: immigration, socioeconomic ladder, uh, like varying success, and industry, especially industry. So, what happens in general, and this reflects nearly all countries, it's a universal, a higher dense area that reflects the need to globalize, as in there's a lot of traffic that goes in and out, are typically cities. Cities and metropolitan area are tend to be culturally diverse relative outside. So yes, that's still true in the United States. So like right now I live in a conservative area. If I go to the neighboring closest city, it's still, without a doubt, more diverse than this. However, in both cases, if you're comparing the conservative side with conservative United States, you are still more likely to encounter more diversity in the United States than a country that is homocultural, as in there are lots of set rules. Even here, out here in conservative town, you still will get the majority, strong majority of like what's right or wrong because they all agree most of the time, but there's still a higher chance that there's someone in there that just disagrees. So even here, where I am, it's a 70-30 split. So 70% of people adhere to something. And how do I know this? Not necessarily, I'm not saying it's a fact, it's a gross estimate because in the United States, all the regions of the United States have to vote. Or like what I mean is they all have representation. And when you look at voters' representation, the greater the split, even though we only have two sides of the things generally, the greater the split illustrates the diversity in it more so than a lot of other countries because the United States legal system, the way it works, has to do that. It's not to say that other countries don't have representation. It's just the system is different. And the United States like to collect that type of data. Um, is it important to other countries? Probably not. That's why they don't do it, right? So it just depends on what the country finds that are important. And a lot of times you go to other countries, like Japan, for example, if you like anime and all that, Japan is extremely homocultural to the point where here's a really controversial topic, which I talk about a lot because it's a rare case. Japan's population is dying. It's getting smaller. There's just an incredible turnover of people, and they're just less people filling those spots. Like they're babies, like There's just not enough babies, right? And it's so homoculturally inherited. They want to keep their country's identity, right? One of the trade-offs of diversifying is you lose your cultural identity to the point where immigration is off the table. So like, say if I want to go to Japan, typically a foreigner who integrates into Japan will likely mix the culture in Japan. And it might change the thing we already like about it in the first place. So like, I really like Japanese culture and how identifiable it is and all that stuff. That stuff is difficult to retain if there's mixing. Meanwhile, on the very far end, the United States represents a country that, yes, there's resistance to that idea of mixing, cultural mixing, but it is a country that is defined by that as well. Like, I am a product of cultural mixing. And what I mean by cultural mixing is not that my parents are of two cultures. It's my parents are of one culture and I'm adopting a new culture because I'm born in this country. That happens far more in the United States. The other side also does too. But it's the pros and cons. Cultural mixing will take away from a cultural identity. It will become a new cultural identity, but change is scary. And then if you love something, yeah, you kind of, as a human being, you kind of don't want that to change, right? Like, if you really love something, imagine if you really love guitar and someone says that's not the right guitar anymore. We'll use an example that's not as personal, because cultural mixing is a really big topic. And right now, Japan is faced with a population problem. And when a country is faced with population problem, in history, the population problem was alleviated by immigration. But what happens is those countries who have a large influx of immigrants end up being something that the Japanese government per se don't really like, or the people don't really like overall, which is their cultural identity could get mixed up. Like, it could become different. Japan's culture will change with the type of immigrants or immigrants in general. So it's that long age story about, do we want diversity? Do we want to retain our identity? And in the United States, that's an everyday battle. It's every single day, because it's inherent to being American. That question is asked every single day. Even if you don't think you're asking it literally, what's happening to you when you interact with another person reflects that struggle. And it's something that a lot of times when a foreigner talks to an American, they would say, like, why is this such a big deal? Like, pineapple on pizza? Like, it's not right. Like, well, if you're talking to an American, that's going to be a touchy subject. So, it's a pros and cons thing. It's a what fits your style. So, you got to take it for what the reality is. I'm a fan of Japan. They got pretty, yeah. I think Sweden culture is very much about Miss folks. So, do you like pineapple on pizza? I don't mind pineapple on pizza. My parents like pineapple on pizza. It's actually an Asian thing. So, like, overall, trendily wise, fruits, especially cooked fruits, on things like pizza is a thing. So it's not just restricted to pizza. It's inherited by it. So you know what I mean? Like, it's more than just pineapple on pizza. It especially when you go into other cultures that isn't Italian, for example. other cultures tend to have cooked fruits in dishes, not just pizza. And that's why it normalizes. That's one of the biggest reasons why pineapple on pizza is normalized. A lot of times to balance sweetness and starchiness, you can complement it with acidity, acid, which fruits like pineapple introduce acid, and that acid cuts the food a lot. It cuts how starchy and fatty the food could be. You don't that's admirable that you're trying to respect most of all the food cultures that you know about. That's wonderful, by the way. That's great how you worded it, because all it's the food cultures you know, and that's great. But you don't necessarily have to. It's for someone who's very reasonable. There are gonna be food cultures that you might encounter eventually that you might not like, and to be okay with that is a two-person problem, right? It's a two-person thing. So talking to someone like myself who embrace a part of being American, in my opinion, I'm going to make this about being American. There are people who don't want to be a lot of other things. And then there are Americans like me who are a product of multiculturalism. You are entitled to be upset and disappointed in specific cultures, because the cultures that you respect will often define what they don't respect. So if you identify as something, that something is going to have like and dislikes and resonance and non-resonance. So when someone wants to strive to be respectful of everything, it's a great goal. It's a very, it's a very admirable goal. But the fact is, if you identify as something, you're excluding something else. And all the cultures you know of, you choose to know about them, because the culture you identify as only exposes you to those things. So, for example, I grew around specific Americans, and they boil their rice. Before they met me, they didn't know that rice could be steamed. It's not that they choose to respect all cultures. That they should have been exposed to that. It's just the culture that they were born in and the culture that they come to respect excludes something else. And in a way, knowing that makes me feel less offended, less emotional about when someone doesn't know something. It's a big difference from someone who thinks what is right and wrong and get upset or get confused or surprised when someone doesn't know something, even though they go around saying, I want to like everything. Humans are selective, and I am selective too. I can appreciate what I don't know. For example, I am not an impulsive person, right? I'm a pragmatic person. I chose a life of science. I chose a life of education. So what don't I do very often? I don't make impulse decisions. So when someone says, oh yeah, don't you just want to go to a Black Friday sale? Sorry if you're not familiar with Black Friday, but Black Friday is a period where it's like a merchandise period right before Thanksgiving, or maybe on Thanksgiving. No, it's before Thanksgiving, right? Oh no, it's after Thanksgiving. Sorry, it's the day after American Thanksgiving, and what they say, like they're like, don't you just want to buy something? Like, I want to buy this TV, and it's like, I don't get it, but that's the best I can do, right? Because I identify as something. identify as certain properties, and it will exclude other properties. Yeah. So it should be, in my opinion, while what you say is probably the most desirable thing, it's okay. To me, it's also okay to not be respectful of certain things because you don't know. It's not possible to account for it, and that should be okay. Like we should know that as humans, we can't know everything. We can't know to appreciate everything, and we can't know to empathize with everything. So at the same time, it's like that's great, but you don't have to respect everything, especially for me, because it's not realistic. And I say that because I'm a pragmatic person. I take the approach differently. To someone else, that might be unacceptable, like absolutely unacceptable. Like you might be able to bump into an American that says, "Yeah, yeah, you better show respect to everyone," because like if you don't respect everything, you're doing it wrong. That's not realistic to me. Someone that tells you it's wrong to not respect everything is unrealistic. It's absolutely unrealistic. You can even say you respect something, and the next time your behavior will suggest otherwise. It's not your decision to see that someone else think you're disrespecting their culture. So like when I say pineapple on pizza, I have to accept that there's someone out there I just disrespected by saying pineapple on pizza. That's the reality, in my opinion. Statistically, there's someone out there who felt disrespected when I mentioned pineapple on pizza. Even if I choose to respect everything, it's not my choice. I I don't get to determine if I accidentally offend someone. It sounds bad. I mean, it sounds undesirable, but from my perspective, it's the most realistic thing. It's for me, it's very comforting. It allows me to forgive. It allows me to be compassionate. It allows me to be able to talk to people that inherently dislikes me. I can find it acceptable that someone hates me for something. It's not hard to imagine that someone could literally hate me by seeing what I look like. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not talking about morality, obviously. Like what's right or what's wrong. I rarely ever use the word right or wrong when I'm trying to talk about the facts. The facts is within the statistics and the likelihood. These are unchanging. There is not an environment that someone can all or none anything when it deals with human beings. Human beings do not have all or none logic. I mean, all or none facts. They have all or none logic, though. You can probably encounter a human being that thinks all or none. But the facts are, it's rarely all or none. Like, literally, it cannot be all or none when it comes to human beings. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble when it comes to other things, but still. And then the same would go if anyone saw Swedish IKEA beers. Are disgusting. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they didn't like it. Yeah, me too. I would say that phrasing is a big thing. It is. And English has become the medium, right? For now. English had become the medium of that. It's not to say that English is the most controversial. It's just it by coincidence it has become the medium. So when it comes to phrasing, whether you choose to believe it or not, the facts are English is used as the conduit, the liaison for cultural conflict. So the language that is most statistically likely to be used when conflict shows up is English. It's not to say English speaking people are the most difficult. This is another digression, but the hot take is the tool does not inherit the tool does not inherit the conflict. The tool does not gain the characteristics of the cause. Like, what I mean is, a lot of people use English to bridge cultural differences. So it would appear that most conflicts happen when people speak English or use English. It doesn't mean English speaking people are more prone to be difficult. That's cause and effect. It's like chicken or the egg, but in this case, it's not like either or. It's really just the other way. So that's a stereotype. That's a stereotype or a logical fallacy that you may not like obviously connect it, but when people behave, it permeates all of internet. Most of the internet, there's this bias towards associating English with conflict. And then somehow that association between language and conflict became associated with the countries that predominantly use English. This is the hot take. If you were to poll universally in the country, like, I mean, not within countries, within the globe, I would wager to guess, if I were to gamble, there's a higher likelihood that English-speaking primary countries are likely highlighted as the source of conflict or being difficult. People of English primary speaking countries will probably poll at the top for most conflicts. Is that true? Highly unlikely. It's more the association with English speaking, the English language that creates it. I mean, you could have, I don't know, an American that lives in Poland. It will still be an American. Not a multicultural person. Language can create this bias. So English is the conduit. It ends up, if you're asking yourself, are Americans more difficult than other countries? Well, if you remove the internet, if you remove the idea, if you control for what language it's in, no, it's not. Or at least that's what the data would suggest. But we really don't know. It's just a working theory. But and it's one of the working theories that I kind of like because there's more evidence for that than others. But yeah, it is a big deal. You might, as a person from Sweden and, heritage in Finland and Sweden, many of the interactions of an American like myself interact with anyone outside of the United States, inherently they are targeted as being inferred that they are being difficult. It's an inherent, like it's inherited. It's happens all the time. It even happens between Canadians and Americans. The idea is that Americans are more difficult. They tend to be more argumentative. They tend to be more, like controversial. There are evidence that would suggest that, but it actually, the biggest driving force is because American English is the thing that a lot of people see the most on the internet. Does it make it true? Yes and no. There's statistics to support that and statistics to not support that. But it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't change the perspective. I'm not going to call it a fact. It doesn't change the current perspective that anyone who sees an English speaking person is more likely to think that they're going to be more argumentative if they don't speak a different language. If you know they don't speak a different language. And the moment you find out that someone is ESL, you get the benefit of the doubt. It happens all the time. People do that all the time too, where they say like, "Oh, I'm sorry, like I didn't mean to be difficult. English is my second language." And no, there's no like malicious intent. It's not being used as a crutch or anything. I'm not talking about morality. I'm just talking about reflex. These are micro reactions that happen because you yourself is part of a cultural norm. So when people excuse themselves that they speak English as a second language is to remove themselves from the difficulty of misunderstanding using English. So you inherently think when people are speaking in their native languages or languages that are not English, they inherently are more agreeable. Yeah. Man, BK, that's amazing. Actually, I like that. That's generally not like when you grow older, that's not the intent, but I love that. That's really pure. BK. It does get more difficult when English is I mean like literally the logic. I know. I know. But I don't mind it. See? So now here's the flip side, right? Here's the flip side. I'm American. I speak American English. So I am used to it. And what happens when a human is used to it? You find no offense in it. Like, in fact, it's in my opinion, I don't think people have to say English is my second language. Sorry, I'm creating a problem or something. I immediately think like, dude, English sucks. English is filled with pseudo rules. So many people use it. It is confusing. I don't care if it's your second language. It could be better or worse. There's no pattern. English is difficult. And what I mean by difficult, I don't mean like when people start about vocabulary and pronunciation and stuff. That's pragmatism. Subjectively, English is going to be difficult. No matter, even if it's your primary, your secondary, your tertiary language, English has difficulties because it is being used as a language to bridge cultures. So to me, it's nice. It's very endearing that someone says, "Oh, I'm sorry, like English is my second language. Please bear with me." But to me, while it's endearing, like it's nice that you mentioned that or you want to mention that, but it's irrelevant. Like, even though I just said it's nice, for me, it's normal. It's not you being difficult. It's not me being difficult. English just sucks inherently because it's being used to bridge cultures. English will fail to capture other cultures that are non-English. There are more non-English countries than there are English-speaking countries. It's true if we decided not to use English and we decide to use Spanish or Swedish or Finnish. Any language that ends up becoming the major conduit for bridging cultures, it's going to have conflicts with being able to capture another culture's language that is not English. So to know that makes it, to me personally, okay. You can mistype everything. You can misspell anything. Do I understand what you're saying? That is the fundamental acknowledgement that English has become that language to be used. If it was Spanish, I would say exactly the same thing in Spanish, somehow communicating the idea that, Yes, Spanish is hard because everyone just randomly, coincidentally decided that we should use Spanish to capture all the cultures on this planet. That's so it's a bad and a good thing to some people. It's a pro and a con. English has been selected. That makes English special, but it also makes it specially bad for people and specially good for people. However you want it. There's no other language at the moment that has the position English has. It could have been other languages. It could have been German, it could have been Japan, but in our history as human beings, we just decided English was it. So now whatever we talk about English, we have to know English is going to suck for someone. In a conversation with two people, it's going to suck for someone, especially if it's a conversation between two people from different countries that aren't English speaking. Actually, English is my third, but I'm better at English than I'm at German, but like, yeah. Technically, English is my third language too, but I started after kindergarten in first grade. My parents moved to a place that English is the primary language, like the only language. I was familiar with three other languages before English, so when it comes to technicality, it's when someone grows older, the primary language, in my opinion, is reflected in the dominant language used over the most years in someone's lives, not necessarily the first language they did, which is how a lot of people define their language. What language came first? And the older you grow, the more it's about how long you use something as opposed to what came first. Now there's a biology behind this, which I do make a few exceptions. If you learn the majority of your languages after your there's a period in adolescence. It's called, I don't know what people call it these days, but in psychology there's a period in adolescence. It's the receptive phase, the phase that are more inclined to acquire language. And the reason why this phase was highlighted is because now what we know about neurobiology, like behavioral and neurobiology, the intersection in terms of the language speaking process and creating language and commanding language, this period has the most dynamic influence on everything else after. Without going into a big digression, this is like 14 to 16 hours of textbook reading about this. Let's just say this period, if you learn multiple languages during this period, it's irrelevant the order in which it's so rarely relevant the order in which the language you learn within this receptive period, because it's negligible compared to an adult learning a language, which is like way outside, like 16 plus. Way outside, that may be important. But generally speaking, by that age, there are a statistically small number of people who continue to acquire languages past this period. So in this, after that is established, the training of that language defines your primary language, not necessarily what your first or second or third language is. And you are 16, so you are outside that now. So it does speak volumes when your English becomes better, because perhaps you probably use English. You're probably more trained in English now. Oh, again, PK. Think about it. What is good and bad grammar? Especially when you're speaking it. I mean, if you were a college professor, right? If you were someone who was teaching, sure, all right. Like if you were an English teacher, right, for literature, sure, for sure. But good grammar, Well, it yeah, you don't need grammar, but it's fun to want grammar, right? Okay, it's fun to want to know more. At least for me, it's fun to know, to kind of like find out what is not and what it used to be and whatnot. But for me, if it's not appropriate, if you don't, it's not appropriate for your career, you don't have to feel like you need it. And in that way, it's not bad. It's probably good enough. It's a way to flip it, right? Your grammar is good enough. At least that's how I would think about it. And you might be thinking, well, if you think good enough, it could prevent you from improving it. It's like, yes, agreed. An opponent of what I just said, someone could say, well, if people always think their grammar is good enough, but in actuality it's pretty bad, it would stop them from encouraging them to want to improve their grammar. It's like, yes, but I can counter argue with the same logic. If people think their grammar is pretty good, they're more likely to be encouraged to continue pursuing better grammar. But it's that those are theories again, and one system works for some people, one system that's like a whole entire other story. But what works for you is, maybe if you think your grammar is pretty bad, you might be encouraged to improve the grammar. I actually improve each time I read. Uh, Possibly. Do you think you improve, BK? Is there a way you can tell you improve by reading a book? I can tell you that some people who read books get worse, and it's a lot better if they choose to listen to the language. Again, you have to know for yourself. You have to determine if you're improving. So you can like record or something, you have to measure something that reminds you. Typically, using the language in general, when you're using it in a void, when you're coming up with it, tends to be a lot more. If you're talking about the science, right? The science of learning, the current most popular theory about learning a language is abstractly using it. The moment you can achieve abstraction of a language, that means when you're reading something, you're not abstracting it. You're basically reading what is intended to be done for you. The moment you practice and become faster at creating something in language, that is the most effective way. In theory. In theory is practicing creating abstraction or ideas out of a language, using a language, is one of the most effective way in learning. Like it's the most perceived difficult way to start learning. So we start with more approachable methods like reading or structuring our learning of linguistics. But if you're going like sink or swim, use the language to create new ideas. It'll be so hard in the beginning, but it will give you the highest return on applying a language. Is It's how I understand about linguistics. I don't know if it's like I'm not a linguistics expert, but ultimately I think that's the trendy thing that people can get behind. Until you create your own sentences, reading a book, rehearsing vocabulary, if you cannot comprehend on creating ideas from a language, that is effectively the gatekeeper in understanding a language. So I can't do that with I can't do that with Japanese. I can't do that with Spanish very well. Spanish is my closest second language, probably. Uh Maybe third language. I probably put Fujianese second. Although my sentence structuring in Fujianese is pretty bad too. Like what I mean is I don't come up with novel ideas. I come up with casual talk. So like the level you're thinking about is like, oh, if you can respond like yes, no, I like to eat, I like this, I don't know this. That's not necessarily abstraction of a language. You're not creating ideas, you're creating responses. So if you're talking and you're constantly responding in a language, that's not what I'm aiming at. I'm talking about initiating conversation with the language. That is the gatekeeper to knowing that you're actively practicing all the facets of a language. So if you're responding like yes, no, oh yeah, I've had a party, until you're able to ask someone, like, what is your political stance on linguistics? In that language, you have not abstracted the language yet. And that is the most difficult and most effective way to get gains in linguistics. At least that's what I've read. I don't teach language to people, so I haven't tried it myself. Yeah, because I can't extract any other language. So there's no other language I can actually teach other than English, and I haven't been in a foreign country where English is not one of their communicating languages. And it would make it really hard because a lot of times English is the bridging language to communicating and learning the other language. Like they go hand in hand, which is tough. So until if I were born into a country where English is not a primary language, then that'd be a different story. But unfortunately, I have one life, and I was born into a country that English is the primary language. So it is special in that way, and it does exclude me from understanding firsthand how to learn another language. I learned Spanish. Spanish was my second language I formally learned, and I can still construct some questions, but it always has context. Like, I require a context in order to speak Spanish or to write Spanish. I cannot create a context with Spanish. Like literally right now, if I try to create a sentence that's unrelated to anything I've said, just like randomly brainstorming, I can't. So I am not fluent or at a level of understanding the language because I can't do that yet. Maybe I learn English by reading and playing. Yeah, that's fair. And just learn the meaning of the words. And I mean, I do like science books, so they are written in a much more educational, at least that's what I kind of think. They are. Like, without a doubt. Um, okay, this might be I'm still gonna put it in the realm of opinions, but science books, there's a microculture of science, and it requires a very specific writing technique. So now we're bridging something that applies to language at a level above it. While language have forms and stuff, instructional educational writing has a format and standard that irregardless of the language, it imposes those standards onto the language. And for English, that is absolutely true. Basically, if I were to not be a Twitch streamer talking to you right now, and I would be talking to you like a scientist, I could be using specific words that overlap with words that you are familiar with, but the diction, which is like the word choice or the word ordering and the structure of the words, would be very different. It would be far more concise, less fruity, way less loose. Like, even the phrase less loose is not great. Concise would be the word. Like, I would use the word concise. There would be no time in which we would ever use things like very, pretty, a lot, super, ultra, cool. anything that lacks conciseness, science books, when you're writing educational material and science book, the more ambiguity you remove from the text, the better. And I do literally the opposite when I'm talking to people. Because the more ambiguity you introduce into the discussion, the less likely you are to elicit an unwanted feeling in the other person. So, for example, I could tell you, PK, uh, pineapple on pizza is bad. That's removing ambiguity. So, if you say that enough, you are more likely to fail at conversation. However, in a science book, PK, you could say pineapple on pizza is not normalized in Italy. That is removing complete ambiguity. But what it's doing in a science textbook is being as specific as possible. Now you can go further and say pineapple on pizza is not normalized in Italy, but a X percentage of Italians respect the inclusion of fruit on pizza. That's how science and education books framework works. They remove ambiguity by adding more details. So the sentences, especially in English, become very dense. And that's why textbooks don't read as entertaining and fun and imagination wise as like anime or like manga and like dialogue, and there's no flex. When you're reading a science book, you're reading education, there's no room for imagination. The deliberate standard is when you are trying to be educational and pragmatic, you remove imagination. The more you can remove the person's imagination from reading a sentence, the likelihood it will succeed in communicating one idea or a very concise idea. So that's the difference between professional writing when you're in an expert and you're trying to communicate what you know versus an internet expert or content creator. Their stuff, even when they say something, it's still up for interpretation. It's no matter how concise, there's room for discussion. In a science book, the stuff that goes in the book has the least amount of room for discussion. You have to feel that, yes, this is it. Because those books, it costs a lot just to change those books. So those books get refined over and over again, very, very over, keep inching, and they keep becoming more and more concise, more and more detailed. So if you ever want to talk to a teacher, especially if you decide to go to college, PK, those professors that you have in uni will become inherently more and more concise when they teach, which unfortunately, it also means for kids, it becomes more and more boring. Unless you're really interested in the dry, we call it dry. I'm not sure if you know that. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that expression. But when something's very dry, it's like, it's just really straightforward. So the higher you get into education and the more you have to teach someone something, it actually gets drier. And what I'm doing when I'm teaching is I'm kind of trying to cut back on the dryness when I'm talking to the person. But at the same time, at some point, if I need to teach someone something, I have to be drier. I have to become more concise. I can't just say, oh, don't worry about it. Just practice like 30 minutes, what I said here, like just practice 30 minutes and like feel it out. if my job is on the line and I have to absolutely make sure how much I pay and how much I'm successful is based on your success, it would become super structured. Structured to the point where if you don't do what I say to do, it's not my fault that you don't succeed. That's kind of the thing. Like, I don't have a stake in what I'm saying here. That's basically the inherent problem. It's a problem depending on your goal. If the goal of the internet is to educate people, there are no standards for it. So none of the people at the moment have formal, regulated standards to meet in order to be deemed educational. That is the difference between trusting someone on the internet for advice versus someone who will make or break their career based on the advice they get because they are paid to do so. So it's not to say that content creators cannot be accurate. It's to say the frequency of accuracy is going to be lower. So, are you going to gamble on someone who is paid in every way, even their own livelihood, to be correct, than those who aren't paid to do so? You have to ask yourself, would you do it? Like, I can't even say that my advice is more reliable than someone whose entire career is based on it. I trust you because I agree with you have been saying so far, telling me so far. So here's something. I'm not trying to diminish everything or confuse you, but as a entertainer, right? I'm as an entertainer first. Like, I'm a streamer, right? Like, I have the communication skills. At least I think I do, as someone who spent most of their time talking to many different people in professionally back in the day. I was paid to do that. I was paid to, but for this, when I'm talking to you, I have already naturally got into a routine that reflects a content creator. So what is a content creator? How is a Twitch streamer effective at doing what they do? To make it certain that when I'm saying something, it has to be relatable. It also has to be attractive to the person I'm talking to, because that person would not return or trust you or feel that they can confide in you if you aren't good at that. So with that said, I tend not to try to accidentally or unintentionally deceive you in any way. That's called grooming or conditioning people or manipulating people. However, there is a chance I could do it unintentionally because I am a streamer and I'm speaking as a streamer. I'm not on my channel, I'm not saying I'm a certified expert. I'm a certified teacher. I'm a certified psychiatrist. I'm a certified psychologist with a license to practice online to help people. There shouldn't be any way you should be interpreting this other than someone who wants to provide relatable communication. There is one thing that I can differentiate between me and the other people. Like, a huge population of Twitch. I belong, in my opinion, probably statistically, conservatively, I am probably part of like the 5% of Twitch streamers who had a professional career before being a streamer. Like, even for fun. Like, this isn't a career for me, right? But there are very few Twitch streamers who, if they had a professional career, they would choose streaming after the fact of their career. I don't choose that, right? So what I'm doing right now is an experiment. It's fun for me to do and practice other skills that I don't do very often. What I'm doing right now, this drawing stuff, this graph stuff, it's an extension of my old skill. My skill that I used to do when I was still teaching and when I was still doing research. And so this is an extension of it, and I'm practicing that. Uh and it represents the minority. So if you're asking, some people say a lot of times like, well, you're not going to get popular, the thing you're doing. Is like, I'm not trying to. And and they're saying like, why don't you try something that makes you popular? It's like, I'm not trying to do that either, because I'm well aware that there are very few people who have PhDs in any discipline would choose to fight for the chance to be a content creator or streamer on Twitch over their day job. That is absolutely incredibly illogical and understandably just not hot, because to do this means you can't go back to your old career. Right now, I don't know if I can ever go back to science because I am 3+ years out. It's still possible, but it would take like a year to reacclimate, and it would take someone to accept that liability. And as an employer, if I was in their position, I would also have to weigh this cost risk benefit of investing in someone who spent 3.5 years outside the career. How long did it take me to get that career? Well, I knew that I was working towards something like that for 14 years. So, to put it into context, I probably invested in a career longer than most people that I would communicate with online that I meet, to give you a perspective of what it takes to be a professional. And you can just become a novice immediately. Like the moment I stopped my career and started streaming, I am a novice again. I am no longer someone who has experience so I have to build that experience up again. I have to build up what I understand about Twitch. I have to build up my experience by streaming and interacting with people. And then you can come with a realistic takeaway. And I do it as a hobby, but I'm really experimenting and flexing my analytical skills on what is popular and what isn't. So, yes, I don't blame people who come into my channel and say, "Oh, this is why you only have one viewer." It's like, well, yeah, no kidding. But at the same time, 5% of the time they wouldn't meet someone like me. Where when I was a professional, I mentor like 1 or 2 people for like 3 years. And that's how I become successful and keep my legacy alive. It's an entirely different framework than being a successful content creator and a Twitch streamer. The moment someone bridges that, it's very acceptable that if I talk to one person for 4 years, that is equivalent to the mindset that I have as a professional person. Like, my professional career is about mentoring a student through their academic career in college. That's 3 to 4 years. And it's just one person. That's how big the investment is. So when someone comes in and made like a 10-second impression of me, or like maybe even a 2-hour impression, and just like wash their hands because they have like a moral dilemma and disagreement, that's the internet. That's Twitch culture. That's internet culture. I represent like such a small percentage of people who do professionalism on their time and still make time to stream and enjoy hobbies. That's not the case. Most of my colleagues barely have time to do any of this. But if you were to ask them how they would speak now here, it would be very different. It would be in a way that definitely shows that they haven't been streaming for a really long time. So all that said, still be careful because the way I talk to people online is not a way that is what an expert would do. Because I know I'm streaming on Twitch, so I at least would want to present myself somewhat like a streamer, even though I'm probably closer to not caring about numbers than other people. I'm practicing something that I'm not very good at, or I'm practicing something that I don't usually do. I would love to be popular with music, but I don't know if that ever happens before it actually does. That's fair. If it does, yeah. Okay, I'm curious now that you mentioned impressions. What impression have I given you so far? What do you mean? You're gonna have to narrow that down a little bit, probably. You mean impressions as in a Twitch viewer? You're pretty similar to like most Twitch viewers, especially one that's not from the United States, if that's what you mean. So I would speak to you like that. So, um, if I was given the impression that you're from the United States, we would have discussed a lot of other topics that would come earlier. It's not to say I won't talk to you about specific topics. It takes longer or more appropriate to get to specific topics unless you self-identified already or gave me a indicator that you're from a specific country. Because like to start, you have to be relatable. So you want to start with something that you may or may not know about the other person. And then you establish that impression immediately. So because of the timing, PK, when the reason why I already more or less eliminated that you're not from the United States is the timing when you showed up, your diction, the way you wrote your greetings and how you came to talk about it. That also told me about your relative age as well. And also when you decided to mention how tired you are or what you're doing during the day. That gave a time window that excluded you from the Western Hemisphere. You could have been perhaps in South America, but it comes with a lot of diction choices and behavior that would make you either Canadian or like south of the United States. But because of the first 5 or 6 things you said, it immediately puts you in the same time zone that Germany is. Like just the timing alone already puts you where exactly in the time zone line of Germany. So 6 hours apart from now. So you're 6 hours ahead of me. So I wouldn't have been able to tell if you were Sweden or German, but those would be the two most likely cases because German and Sweden are the highest concentration for all the things I've done so far on Twitch in that time zone. So if I knew already time zone, if someone challenged me to guess, I would guess 2 likely cases, which is German or Sweden. Like, but I could be wrong. It's just the highest percentage chance are those or Austrian. Sometimes the Austrian is like a far third, but yeah, you try to get it. It can work. It definitely can work, but there are other ways, there are other approaches. Asking questions, like you can come up with methods on asking while giving. Something like, hey, I read a story before, the story about these dogs. And these dogs are very, people believe that certain dogs are intelligent and certain dogs aren't. What do you think about it? That kind of thing, where you can kind of pick a subject that is almost universally relatable, kind of make it so that you don't take a choice in the question, and then offer it to the other person. That would allow you to collect enough information so that you can continue the conversation. And if you can't, you repeat. You continue, you ask about something they shared. So they would say like, well, I don't know anything about how intelligent dogs are, but I have a dog, etc., etc. And then you start asking, oh, so what's your dog's name? Do you think your dog's intelligent? Like stuff like that. So there are many ways. You don't have to know things. You don't have to force yourself to know things if your personality isn't inherently like that. For me, I like to know things because it removes social anxiety. I talked about this to other people who, if they have a specific personality, sometimes uncertainty is what is the source of their anxiety, especially for social contexts. So there are pragmatic ways to alleviate that. One thing is just simply knowing, right? But you have to select for a personality that's open-minded enough to know those things. So if you ask yourself, how selective are you? If you're really selective, then it's kind of illogical to try to pursue an approach like I do, where I basically spend all day sampling people, and then eventually, with enough practice, you pick up on all the patterns, or you pick up on enough patterns that help you feel like you're in control. Like it feels like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what you say, I will find a way to engage you, or find a way. I have a high chance of not being like sitting here saying nothing. I would have a high chance that I won't be lost, or I won't have nothing to say. And that removes social anxiety for a lot of people. It removes my nervousness when it comes to public speaking. It removes my nervousness when I have to defend something orally, in front of experts and stuff, because I can at least be able to admit I don't know. And you might be thinking, well, it's easy to say I don't know. It's like, but when I say I don't know, I'm almost certain I couldn't have known based on my prior experience. And I can explain how I don't know this information. But I could offer an explanation and offer what I do know that's kind of related to what I don't know. That removes like a lot of anxiety. It's like, well, I can rationalize it, not excuse it per se. Like there's a fine difference between using I don't know as an excuse and being able to explain the chances of how I would or would not know. And all this stuff is exhausting. So, in a way, you have to find the better way at thinking about stuff, the way that helps you do it. Taking inspiration from, like, say, me or other people, that's great. And then trying it to see if it's effective or not. I talk to a lot more now because of streaming, a lot more younger people than I am, but also people maybe similar of my age, but coming from a different background, a different career background. Nearly 100% the career that I came from, if you cannot If you do not know how to communicate appropriately in both writing and speech, you have no chance in the career. You already made it like 95%. You're already like 95 percentile, right? Only 5% of the Earth's population has this career. But at the same time, of that 5%, you would have no chance of succeeding if you lack communication skills. So reading and writing is kind of the thing that, by coincidence, is very important for most things, like streaming and content creation. But you can kind of get away with that still. Like, imagine a career as a streamer who communication, any form of communication, visually, like be the game feed and stuff, or what you're saying or how you're reacting, that's communication 101. And even content creation and streaming is still more optional than the career that I picked. So with that said, while I do hear this a lot, people talk about, I have trouble talking to people, I have trouble relating to people, I have trouble, that kind of thing. That's kind of what I do most of the time. Like, to be successful in what I used to do, the first skill is that. So a lot of times you're going to hear me often when someone says, oh, can I ask you a question about this? I keep telling myself, like, wait. But remember, I'm not trying to make it sound easy. But what I'm trying to say is I can only see it as an easy task because I do it every single day. However, I don't want to give the false impression that you can just change overnight. Like, it took me 14 plus years and I'm still doing it. So I might as well add the last 3 years. I spent more than half my life practicing communication skills in both writing and speech. Once the stream goes off, I spend tireless hours because I love it. I absolutely love it, watching react videos and trends and stuff. And then if something sparks my interest, it all gets framed back to talking to people. So I have to put a big disclaimer, an extreme disclaimer. As a Twitch streamer, when I'm speaking to someone, the most appropriate thing you can do is to tell someone something either about yourself, about them, or about whatever you're doing that would interest them. I could spend 90% of the time telling you something you're not interested in, but then we wouldn't have this discussion. We would not be in this position now. So for me, which I'm very thankful for, and it's Christmas, it's great to be thankful for, I only require myself to entertain myself, to motivate myself, because I talk to myself all the time. I'm my worst enemy. But when there's another person, I will do everything I could possibly do to appropriately engage them if they have already typed something. If they just said hello, then that is a telltale sign that they prefer to watch and listen. So it's not a coincidence that you probably feel that way. And I'm also telling you that it is part of what I do. When someone says something, asks some questions, I wouldn't say things that they would not be interested in or that they would not find interesting. And if I did it and you said, nah, it's not interesting, then it tells me that I have a lot of things to work on, right? It tells me that I'm lacking understanding. And that happens a lot. It still happens quite a bit because those people aren't here anymore. The moment they leave, it means I wasn't doing something interesting. So it's kind of fun in a way. Your comments are the reason I can believe, which I thank you for. Your comments are the reason I believe I am good at communicating. There's no way I can ever tell myself or prove to myself that I'm good at communicating. These are the few things, the few skills that is dependent on another person. You mean what Sun said? Sun and I do like watching animals nom, though. No, no, no. That's what Sun said. Yeah, yeah. My goal is to, we did quite literally watch different animals eat grapes. Absolutely, because that's what he likes to do. I mean, coincidentally, I also like to do that, but yes, raccoons. He especially likes trash pandas, though. Um, I like red pandas too, but they eat grapes, lots of grapes. He likes rabbits the most, or bunnies. I'm not sure if I ever differentiated between a rabbit and bunny, but he has a soft spot for animals eating, which I do too. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna. I'm sure Sun is okay with this. I think Sun is more into just watching animals. What? Oh no, yeah, that's fine. You're still fine. Yep, I got the point. But where was I? Oh yeah, yeah. Sun likes watching like actual animals. He is not the biggest with animated animals all the time, but maybe bunnies. But when I think of like animal movies and videos, I would probably think of animation more. He doesn't like live action, by the way. Just it's a weird thing. He likes 2D stuff. You can probably ask him about it if you want. He's usually up earlier than I am, probably around your evening. I think he was playing Tower of Fantasy on a 2.2 update. Right now, in the United States, most people are gonna hang out with their families because it's Christmas Eve. So if I had to guess, the usual company are doing that right now. They tend to gather and stay over, and then do the next morning for Christmas Day. So I think that's the most common in the United States, the most common practice. Um, I have family who, well, I have other acquaintances who would basically just do nothing. It was pretty okay. Not for you. Maybe not for you. Do you play live service games? Are you familiar with what I mean by live service games? They're like free to play games, but they like have rolling updates, and then technically they have some sort of microtransaction thing to keep the game funded. Okay, so what do you play any other live service games? You try Tower of Fantasy, but there are quite a lot of others. Do you play any currently? Technically, Fortnite is a live service game, so don't be afraid to admit you like Fortnite. I'll just ban you. I'm just kidding. I don't play Fortnite, but Fortnite is a fun meme to make fun of. Fortnite is a live service game. Is statistically the most likely game for 16-year-old. So if we were gonna rattle the chances, I guess I know you're in Sweden, so there's a chance it might just be like Call of Duty or CS:GO or something. Still, I probably still bank it on Fortnite. And then probably like maybe Call of Duty or CS:GO, knowing that you're in Sweden. Genshin? Okay, Genshin's that's fair. Oh, you play Diablo Immortal. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. You're the first younger person that cited Diablo Immortal. Do you play Genshin and Diablo Immortal on your phone? Is that why also you tried Tower of Fantasy because it's also on the phone? Actually, I don't know if Tower of Fantasy launched both on mobile and PC at the same time, now that I think about it. But the one thing that connects all of them is they're all mobile games as well. Do you game on your smartphone most of the time instead of on a PC? Since you're 16, and we already talked about your guitar stuff, and you already inferred that you have a smartphone, that's pretty good. I like to think that you probably game on your smartphone in those cases. I'm going through my what I'm thinking about in my head. I don't really have to say any of this stuff, but that's what I'm gathering from that. You I mean, I appreciate mobile phones a lot. They make everything the gaming world a lot easier, and yes and no. Okay, that's fair. Um for the PC version, for the PC is because you don't strike me as someone who is a power user. And when a kid your age, right, typically, and not necessarily just because you're Sweden, most kids uh, tend to be unlikely to be PC power users. They tend to be mobile device users, like laptops. If you're fancy enough, tablets. But you're in Sweden, so Apple products might be like maybe a big oof in terms of privilege. So a lot of times you kind of gravitate towards maybe possibly a Nintendo Switch or something on the lower end but mobile friendly because you're very on the go kind of thing. And maybe consoles as opposed to a a PC power user, which is a really not not affordable prospect right now. Especially now. It's even worse now than it was before. And you did mention about your parents, and you're talking about how much it'll cost to do things. So resources is a constraint for you as well. That's fair. I guess I haven't qualified what a power user is. So a power user is someone who also like to play those things. And mentioning Genshin, Diablo Immortal, and Tower of Fantasy is not a power user. A power user will typically mention like Callisto Protocol would be a terrible example since it's not very trendy. But I don't know. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Uh Something that had a recent PC launch, but also not available on mobile devices. Or they tend to avoid mobile devices. Diablo Immortal would be a big one. Diablo Immortal would be something that a power user would typically stray away from. You played Ark? Ark is still going with the same pattern. Yeah, Ark. Yeah, Ark is a live service game as well. So you're leaning towards you're enriching for it. So I've got a good I've got a good grasp of the type of game that you would play. So you strike me as someone that like I mean PUBG could be a possibility too now, and then like the Pokemon Stadium is another possibility. I think it's called Pokemon Stadium. I don't know. Whatever that mobile game is. The Pokemon thing. Not Pokemon Go. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about the MOBA Pokemon game. Uh what are others? By the way, oh, Pokemon Unite. That's it. There it is. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what it's called. Okay, it's a freaking arena. I'm not a Pokemon dude, all right? I'm very bad with mobile games, by the way, because I haven't played a mobile game in a long while. Imagine not play. That's what I mean by power user. PK. Power users don't really focus on Pokemon games. Although I can name a bunch of games you wouldn't know. By the way, I like indie games. So Pokemon is not a small indie company. Just for the record. You're not gonna find Pokemon a conversation about Pokemon games for people who like indie games. Shut up, fictitious. Game Freak is not a small indie company. Shut up. There are mobile indie games though. Let me try get Hey, fictitious. Actually, fictitious probably can help me with this more than I can myself. Can you help me with an indie game that is on mobile? Who transitioned into is Dead Cell on mobile? Have you seen the Wait, has Dead Cell been on mobile? I don't know. There might be some popular indie games that might have made their way on mobile and I wouldn't know. Slay the Spire. That's a good one. Slay the Spire. So I play games like Slay the Spire. So the closest thing that we can connect, PK, is if you play Slay the Spire. That's a likely chance that you might have like dabbled in Slay the Spire. And then we would be able to talk about Slay the Spire. What's another one that could possibly have been popular enough to end up on multiple platforms? I don't think Hades ever made it, right? Yeah, it's an indie game, so it's very likely that I pretty much most of the games that I play that you'll probably see me play if you're ever around are probably games you're not familiar with. Oh yeah, Bloons TD. Uh, Oh, that's fair. Bloons TD6. I'm not sure if you would consider that indie. What about like Devolver games? Are Devolver games mobile games? Anything published by Devolver? I feel like that could be something. Team 17 maybe? I don't think Clay ever added mobile games, right? Like maybe Oxygen not included. Wait, is that Clay? Am I making things up? What about Mark of the Ninja? Wait, that's Clay, right? I feel like Mark of the Ninja would make a decent mobile game. I'm just throwing names out now because I'm not quite sure what's on mobile. I haven't ever even visited my Google, like my Android Play Store or anything. I don't even know. Let's take a look. I haven't done this in a while. App Store. Where does the App Store? Oh, here it is. Let's look at these games. uh, category. Uh, wait, they're not. Oh, here it is. Games. Top charts. Look at top charts. Roblox. Roblox is a good one. Uh, wow, there are a lot of clones here. I'm not gonna lie, I have played Candy Crush Saga, but let's not talk about that. Among Us would be one. Uh, hmm. I don't know. Is it? I the la when I played Candy Crush, it was like really far back. Oh, okay. Well, that's a neat factoid. I'll remember that from now on. Swedish, huh? Um, no, I don't see any indie games. Yeah, I don't see any indie games in the top charts. I don't even see any indie devs either. Yeah, so largely most of the games that you'll probably see me play, you'll probably not you probably won't be familiar with. Sweden got a lot of game developers. It's pretty popular to study that. It's popular to study that in general. PK. The I mean, outside of 2022's devastating global tech stock plummeting, because of the nature of the COVID trend, the post-COVID trend, and generally speaking, for every scientist, let's just use scientists, or for every medical doctor, there's like 10 or 12 um, CS major, computer science major, that wants to be in game development. Yeah, yeah, but when you said Sweden got a lot of game development, Sweden has one of the smaller concentrations of game development. It's globally very popular, but the United States have the largest sector. Um, just because there are more people. It's pretty much because there are more people. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of if you control for population, there's still gigantic. There's still Sweden's. I I'm saying this because people in Sweden are still doing other things. If you know what I mean. So Sweden is still like contributing other things, while meanwhile a lot of other countries are just contributing very specific things. Yeah, yeah, you're still building Volvos. That's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, but you know, you're still like they're still engineering Volvos at least, you know? At least engineering, you know? There are engineers, but I don't know how many people are like aspiring to be automotive engineers. Engineers, if you know what I mean. Like in my area, my current state, there are quite a lot of people who like to become automotive engineers, not to be confused with automotive mechanics. Like a mechanic and an engineer sometimes don't quite overlap in their skill set, but train engines is a big deal here. So there's still some people who kind of like combustion engines and stuff, but it's so few compared to like software design. That landscape might change though, because I don't know how much you follow economics. It's something that is usually very disinteresting, like just boring to uh, a younger person. But tech technology, like tech investments and money, has plummeted in 2022. Like because of the second half of 2022, the outlook on that career may be questionable now. It may be brought into question. So at the same time, those who started their career, their journey to being part of tech industry, I understand what you mean. No worries. No worries. Um, Many of the companies that would hire and greatly invest in things like the gaming industry, technology in general, that career involves computer science. And that career had a boon because of many things. But one is because of the boon from COVID, like being increasingly remote. People like to work remotely, increasing that technology to make it nicer. Like there's a market, there's a huge market for being enhancing the experience of being at home and whatnot. But because of the nosedive of the global economy, that's kind of sketchy right now. So those who are starting their careers currently in computer science is hoping for, fingers crossed, that 2023 and maybe 2024 will reverse the trend, because tech investments are really bad right now. Like they were part of what's called an economic bubble, and without going into the details of what it is, it's basically everyone was super optimistic that technology is going to go skyrocket for the next 5 or 10 years. So then it encourages more people and the demand for more people in technology, especially software design. And software design is an extension. Gaming is an extension of software design. So um, I hope it turns around, because it also means that there will be more opportunities, especially for those who want to be in game design in that industry. But yeah, a lot of things are hurting right now. But what is the most influential Swedish game dev that I know? Um that I'm most familiar with recently. Honestly, that's kind of funny. The one that comes to mind is something that no one knows that I actually know, because I haven't played a game by them in a long time. It's Dice. I'm pretty sure EA Dice is from Sweden. Yeah, they're from Sweden. Uh my introduction to Dice is more or less like everyone talking about like Battlefield and stuff. Like I haven't really played any of the only thing that I played was like they published Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, and probably worked with Criterion Games on putting out Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. um can I think of another Swedish developer? Arrowhead. And the only reason I know Arrowhead is because of Magica. Oh wait, I lied. They made Helldivers as well. They did Helldivers as well. But Magica, when I played Magica, it was like way back. I used to play a lot of games with my German friend overseas, that um and we really loved like how janky the original Magica was. But they made a pseudo language for it. And I'm like, wait a minute, this can't be what Swedish language sounds like, right? And then of course it was nonsensical sounds, but it was like nonsensical enough. It was like Swedish, but they made it nonsensical using Swedish. Typically, uh, the ones that you see hear nonsensical sounds, they tend to be like voice samples from, like, when you don't have enough budget, you warp English sounds so that it resonates with like the perspective of the bigger crowd. But it sounded more like they took the Swedish language and then like warped it to make it sound like they're saying stuff. So um that's how I remember Magica. That's why I remember that Arrowhead was from Sweden. Um I think that's it. Oh wait, Mojang. Mojang is from Sweden. I mean, I don't play Minecraft, but I remember I bought a copy of Minecraft when it was back in like the closed beta stuff. I probably still have it and I can reactivate it anytime. But Mojang is from Sweden. We can't ignore Minecraft, right? I mean, even as someone who oh, I know. I know exactly what developer that I can say because I'm currently playing a game by them that me and my friend play on Wednesday and Sunday nights. Warhammer 40k Dark Tides. Fat Shark is from Sweden. The people who made Vermintide. Yeah, Fat Shark is from Sweden. Yep. That would be the most relevant one today. Right now, Fat Shark would be the most relevant. Because we literally are still playing it. I guess anything from Paradox Studios, as in like the Paradox's in-house studio of the publisher Paradox Interactive, who also publishes indie games. By the way, Paradox Interactive would be a great example of a publisher that pick up indie games for niche games that I may or may not be interested in or follow that you would probably not play. Like Europa, Victoria, Crusader Kings, Stellaris. Those games are like it's not for everyone, but they're more like an inheritance from Firaxis games. Like back in the Firaxis days, they used to be like, we only make these games, but no one really likes to play them, but we're going to keep making them until it becomes popular. Firaxis is like Civilization. Civilization would be the type. I got a brother that spends most time trying all sorts of games. Oh yeah. I don't get through games very quickly because I play them in I play them. I mean, I have 6 games that I still like. It's still gonna be a while before I can complete them. And what I mean by completing them is we do the whole achievement gathering and all that stuff. So sometimes you could watch me bootstrap something for 10 hours trying to get an achievement. I don't do it as often because I have so many things I'm juggling right now. I'm juggling quite a lot of things. Like when it used to be that I stream and I would stream these things back to back to back, but lately um I reserve the evening for conversation like off stream, and now there's a lot of other things that go on in the background. So today I was going to play Across the Obelisk, but it's Christmas Eve and we're just taking it easy, just chatting and whatnot. Um, it's almost the end of the year. 2023 is going to be a little different. I do like doing different things when 2023, when a new year rolls around. Uh, but yeah, Fat Shark, easy clap. Um, what are the things? If you here's the deal, right? If your guitar thing goes like you start really liking guitar, I might actually pick up my guitar more. Speaking of, wait, hold, hold. And no pressure. You do not want to attach your obligation. I would highly discourage attaching a passion that's dependent on another person at a young age. Because a lot of times, the people you attach passions to, they change really rapidly. I'm doing it from an adult perspective because there's no shortage of the things I can pick up. But as a younger person who's very focused on finding what they like, liking something because someone else likes it, especially one that's around your age, you're going to find that they change their minds very rapidly. And it may or may not be a good thing for you, depending on how invested you are. So, the whole peer pressure thing, right? I'm not sure if you heard of that phrase before, but when it comes to peer pressure, it tends to be concerning younger people. Peer pressure can get you to do things that you don't want to do, get you to give up on things that you wanted, and so on. So there's a balancing for that. But for me, I do what other people like because it's very boring. Uh, it's very boring when I am thinking about what I like because I already know this stuff. Generally speaking. Let me put this on here. So, um, I forgot to ask you what you practice because this is what I was talking about. Like, when I first played guitar, when I first, like, my first 3 months, I didn't play any songs at all. This is what I like to do most of the time. So, just to give you an example, it's most definitely not something a younger person would do out of habit because it would be very boring. It's not as engaging. But what I do is I would take the most common guitar chords and I would only play these for 3 months straight, every single day. That's it. If you thought my Osu sessions were structured more often than a non-traditional Osu player, that's how I learn things. From an early age, I found that the most efficient way, if I really want to strap down and learn something, I learned the fundamentals. Absolutely complete, rigid self-discipline. No, I wasn't practicing songs that I liked. No, I wasn't practicing what things sound like or intuition. I literally played these chords. I strummed them once and I named all the chords. Strum, name. And then then I moved on to strumming patterns. And then I just kept going. Yeah, that's great. Honestly, that typo is amazing though. PK, that's a really wonderful typo. You have to earn the chords. Like, you not only need to learn it, you have to earn the right to play those chords. You have to practice and earn the chords' respect before you can play songs. And I kid you not, if you resonate with that, practicing fundamentals is a forward investment. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Depending on the type of personality you have, right? Do you like instant gratification, right? Like, oh, I should play a song that I like, so when I get to play it, I'll try to play more, right? Or are you a long run person? Remember that blue line? That blue line, it applies to the way I learn things too. I put forth a foundation before I get to enjoy myself. For me, learning something is not because it's fun first. I learn to think it's fun. I learn to love something out of putting something into it. I don't seek passion. I seek understanding. And out of that understanding, I develop passion for it. I develop care for it. So like Osu, I knew someone who loved Osu. And from trying Osu, I ended up liking Osu. I developed a passion for something I don't know if I like or not. So for guitar work, it's basically doing the driest thing I could possibly do And in the long run, I will be able to reap the rewards of the foundation. Working hard makes you appreciate the reward a lot. I will give you a little bit more than that. Working consistently makes you appreciate the reward a lot. You can be consistently, you can work consistently easing into something, and you will still, in general, you will still appreciate the time you've done consistently. If you work too hard, you could stop something before you even get the reward. So that's one of the, to me, that's one of the things that I was talking about the the other curve. So you could work too hard and you would fall out of love. You wouldn't ever get to the reward before you fall out of love with it. So that can happen too. So don't work too hard, you know? In my opinion, try to keep it just good enough. Don't overwork yourself as well. Yes, and the reward is to play the guitar for sure. Yeah, this is it. This was what I looked at, or something similar to this. I like this. This is a pretty good image. So this is what I did for 3 months. All I did was I played through. Sometimes I would jumble the order. Sometimes I would like flip the order, and then after a while, I found out that intuitively, instead of following someone's uh, stuff, and then later I pursued it, how each chord is related to each chord. So then you just intuit what is the minimum distance. Like you kind of get used to like, oh, well, this chord is shaped like this chord. And then you just got to the point where you feel like you get that. And then you get like what chords flow well with each other and how you memorize associated chords. And then you learn chord progression. So you learn how which chords are grouped together very often, and then you play those, and then you start building up from there. So what I call this is it's a bottom up approach. So you learn all the separate elements, and then you build up to a framework instead of top down. Top down is when you go from top to down, you take a song and you deconstruct it into its parts to learn it. So you take the most complicated thing, try to play the most complicated thing, and keep going down until you can grasp it, like the parts, slowly by doing them. I take the most, that's what I mean by working hard makes you appreciate the reward. I wouldn't say working hard because playing the chords, the basic chords, and just learning the chords, though that's the lowest barrier. Starting with playing a song is one of the highest barriers. So if you're working hard with that perspective, you are more likely to just play the song and grunt through the complexity of a song versus learning chords. Chords is at the bottom. It's the most fundamental structure of something. You could even get to the point, I actually started something before this. I learned how to strum each open note with the patterns first. So it only involved strumming single strings. So they're very bottom. So I work consistently up using simple parts. Why do I not play complicated OSU maps to train? I don't, because I'm practicing fundamentals. Someone says, well, you know, I get this a lot, especially from people I know in OSU. They come in and say, oh, what you're doing, I can't ever see myself practice like that. It makes me sleep. Those are some literal words from someone I know. It makes me sleep. Say, all right, it's not for you. That's fine. It also tells me that it tells me a lot about how the person learns skills. So things like when I'm playing a video game, right? The first hour, I would like stand there, sit there, and talk to myself. And then someone would say, like, dude, just do the right move. It's right there. And I'm like, but that's not how I learn. I learn by investing forward early, and then I get to the end and it'd be a sprint, right? I would eventually get to the end by sprinting. So, no, that doesn't guarantee that I'll finish faster than that other person. I will finish faster than what I imagined because I'm working on the fundamentals. I take in as much as I can when I'm still learning. I don't want to learn, I don't necessarily want to discover new things that I haven't discovered if I didn't take my time. It's weird. It bleeds into a rant about shortcuts. I don't even want to talk about that guy in shortcuts yet. But anyways, actually, oh, you did. It's difficult, or well, you just get used to it. It would be fun. I would love to hear what you think about doing those things over time. You'll probably hone in on your like where you are right now and whatnot. But yeah, fundamentals. It's about those fundamentals. It's not for everyone. Trust. Trust me when I say what I just described is probably still is very unpopular. Like this chart, the reason why this chart is great is these aren't all the chords in guitar. Look at this. This is the 11 basic easiest chords. I would start with the easiest chords. And also, I would play them the absolute slowest I can possibly play them. A fundamental about learning how to play an instrument and songs and stuff. The great thing about our brain is if you can do it slow, you can eventually do it quickly. But you have to actually know what it is at your pace before trying to match your pace with someone else. When something prescribes to you more things, it becomes more complicated. It's far more complex. So, what do? I'm not a genius. I'm not a talented person. Heck, I have poor intuition about people's lives and people's perspective. What I do is I break it down and go at the speed I can, and I start from there. I don't really care if people think I'm slow. It's by the time they talk to me, I probably don't seem very slow because I know where I am. I know how much time it takes due to practice. I don't assume that I can do something. Maybe like in the future, I assume I play the guitar, so therefore, if I play the bass, it's basically the same thing. That's fallacy. That's sometimes the subtle changes make all the difference as opposed to the great differences, the fundamental difference. For me, it's important to give everything I want to do at the moment an honest try before saying I don't want to do it. Like I really didn't get Osu at the beginning. That's fair. That's a fair statement. I wasn't sure about the word honest try. Um that would mean that there are not honest tries for you, if you know what I mean. Uh which can mean that not all your things can be interpreted as honest tries. But now I really like it after I know the basics. Yes, not learning about the things I want to do. Oh, wait. Yeah, not learning about the things I want to do. You mean not learning about the things you don't want to do would be a not honest try? So like you're saying you would only give honest tries to the thing. Yeah. So the phrase you're saying is you only want to you always want to give everything you want to do an honest try before saying you don't want to do it. That's fair. The challenge here is, do you want to give honest tries to things you don't want to do? That's kind of the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying, I guess. The whole point of me explaining the small percentages and stuff is you just give try all tries are honest. You can't say no. So you have to say yes. You don't try on things you don't want to do. Oh my gosh, that's a double negative too. You it you don't try at things you don't want to do. Is that what is that is that true too? Wait, did I say that right? If there are things you don't want to do, you're not going to try them, right? Is that is that also true? I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying what you do now. Okay, fair enough. Sun is very similar in that way. And yeah, it's technically a double negative, but still we got to it. Yeah, Sun does that too. And that's when I was describing the college education thing, when I was Sun's age, I was at college and I was like focused on a specific mindset and Sun was focusing on a specific mindset. You're closer to his type of mindset. You would only do things that you like or want to do. Um and the thing that separates me and Sun, especially in the ability to communicate and write to many different people, is that I don't have to want to do something to like and try to do it. I like and try to do it because someone else wants to do it. And in order to connect with people, you are going to do that far more than only doing the things you want to do. So if you are going into a profession that involves other people, which I don't know because I don't think you've decided on what you're going to do, but Sun is involved in wanting to do something that involves other people. So he will eventually have to find a method, something that works for him, that constantly incentivize himself to do things he don't want to do or not interested in order to become a public figure, a person who speaks to other people. In order to make that a career, you have to do things you don't want to do. Um, and for me to communicate in that way is because I spend most of the time not worrying about whether it's important to me. Gaining experience is gaining experience. So the more I can consume, the more likely I can relate to someone. And the more you can communicate with them. So if you want to teach someone something, you have to actually like something they like, or you have to know about something that they like that you might not like. So, um, depending on your career choice, it would be devastating if you chose a career that involves other people. Like what I mean by that is all de facto you have to talk to somebody in the career, but there are careers that select for similar people, so they tend to be similar minds. So that in that situation, you don't need to necessarily do that. But if you're in a career like content creation, for example, you're probably going to have to do the other thing. You're going to have to concern yourself. You're going to have to make yourself care about things that you don't care about. Because to compete in a public environment, you have to be more relatable than the next person. Why is that important? Advertisements, revenues, sponsorships. The more reach you have, as in the more influence you have, meaning the more relatable you are, the more dividends and the more attractive you are as a person. So as long as you're aware that you have a profession that complements your preferences, it's acceptable. Like the mindset would be less harmful to you. But for now, your mindset is very specialized. It's very particular, which, to be fair, where you are, like biologically, like how long you've lived and stuff, that's usually you're still in a place of exploration, like self-exploration. So it's very acceptable and very understandable. That is the type of approach you're going for. For me, when I was younger, I really hated myself, but not because I hated what I couldn't do. I hated because I was unrelatable. So like I was a young person who took in things very fast, right? But the people around me didn't. So I didn't fit in. And then what happens is when you're young, you don't really understand why that happens. Like, why does no one ever think the way you do and stuff? So it became an emotional standpoint. And I spent a lot of my youth trying to blend in, trying to become relatable to others. So then that just feeds forward into my adulthood. And then I found out why I don't have friends. I found out why that I always get angry when someone's like behind or something, like someone can't see the obvious things. And then now as an adult, I spend quite literally the opposite time focusing on everything else. Like, how do I learn something really difficult that I can't learn really well with someone who learns very well? I learned to break it down, and how could I use all this stuff that I learned about myself to help others? I could teach. So then I decided to teach, and then now I generally always go from the bottom up, because you would get more people, you would get more levels of complexity to help instruct people than starting at the top. So when you go and teach someone or give advice about guitar work, you start at the bottom. And if it's too easy, then you move up. If you start at the top, well, there's no chance there's such a low chance that they're going to connect with you, because they can't, when you start at top complexity, you're unlikely to be relatable. Sun coaches, he offers coaching for Osu, and he's getting into that situation now to learn that you have to take more of a bottom up approach, but he has to gain that experience, because when you're coaching, you're often approached as a skilled person, a really skilled person. Now, this is the difference between why school is structured in a way and why coaching is structured in a different way. Schools have people who spend their lives specializing to that tier of thought. When you have someone, you're like, I need to learn from the best. But you know what the caveat is? The best are probably one of the worst at teaching because they did not spend most of their time in that mindset anymore. So when you coach, the perspective is different. You're asking the coach to maximize your potential. The coach rarely is concerned with focusing on fundamentals. It's not to say all coaches and whatnot, but when we're talking about is if we compare that coach with him or her or whatever, with themselves, right? If that coach spent most of their time teaching kids, they are able to teach kids at that level better than a coach at the top of their game. But then that coach at the top of their game can teach people at their level. So when you start teaching, that's a whole different ball game. What you're most comfortable with is probably teaching at the level you think you want to teach at. But not everyone comes at that level. So how do you increase your effectiveness? You spend most of your time learning the things you don't want to learn. How do you get how do you get a student that is struggling with fundamental chords to play better? You start with fundamental chords. If you don't like to do it, you still have to do it to be effective as a teacher. Now, with that said, a vast majority of teachers don't do that. They simply, and when I mean a vast majority, I mean a noticeable number of teachers, like collectively, don't do that. And what they do is they blame the student. It is partially also the student's aptitude, but at the same time, it is also a reflection of the teacher's narrow-mindedness. The person themselves limited their experience. As an instructor, it is your job to be as inclusive as you can be. So if a hot take, the demands of being a teacher are often underestimated by a lot because they are responsible for being able to resonate with multiple levels of comprehension. You can be a fantastic coach if you only get superstars. Like the best coaches, superstars will inherently look for the best coach because the best coach has the highest success rate. And how do they get the highest success rate? By having the best players. It's feeding forward. It's a chicken or the egg thing. When you establish that you're the best will look for the best. So are you really good at coaching? The answer is a resounding no. They are only good for good players. I'm just saying, like, that's the logic. If you spend most of your time coaching extremely good players, you are more likely to be an extremely successful coach. But the players are also successful themselves. Now try to get that coach to teach the worst players. How are they going to fare there? They are probably going to fare worse than a coach who's used to coaching those levels of players. That's kind of the whole thing. It wraps around all together. So with all that said, if you're not becoming a teacher or like a professional who's catered in understanding other people, then yeah, you can be a boss rock star. Just know that it is your responsibility as a rock star to know the limits of your advice. And I do feel many of the like super old rock stars who retired now, and when they talk about interviews and they're on podcasts, same advice. Unilaterally, same advice. They're like, well, I don't really know how to start these days, but I can tell you my life, and then they would talk about their life, right? They would share their example, but they have lived this profession long enough to realize that the way they approached becoming successful is almost entirely irrelevant in terms of advice, but a wonderful story to inspire motivation and passion. But pretty much non existently helpful. So when you meet your heroes or you meet your peeps, you got to take a perspective check. The people who are very good at doing things are likely to be underdeveloped at teaching the thing they're very good at. With that said, there are a few exceptions, but even I question my own advice a lot of times. I'll become best with the mindset that there's always someone that's, ooh, that's a deep cut, PK. That's a really deep cut. That's probably a story for another time. That's nihilism, and it does happen a lot with the internet generation. It's one of my biggest. If I had to name three things I'm worried about the future of generation, like I still have this life dream of wanting to raise a child, like my own child. And the one of the top three scariest thing is no, not if the child is confused about like certain things and all that. The most one of the three things I'm so concerned for the child is nihilism. Is the idea that when this child is born, when their comprehension like their comprehension reaches a certain stage, they will know immediately the whole world will be gigantic, right? When I grew up, the world was relatively small. It was still encapsulated where it gives me the time to learn that I could relatively be pretty decent at some things. But now, the child of today, they are born into a world where immediately when they can comprehend doing something, they're exposed to knowing that you are fighting an astronomically small percentage of being even remotely good at something, right? And that leads to nihilism, which nihilism is that feeling like, what's the point of doing anything if someone else is already doing it? It's like, I don't even need to do this because someone else is already doing it. Like, there's no point. Everything is so complex. There's someone else who can do it better, and I'm guilty of that too. I do that a lot as well as an adult. Like for example, I just did it earlier today, and you might have been here earlier today doing it, seeing me do it. I say like I'm not a leader, so therefore I don't call myself a professional. I don't call myself a professional educator or something like that because there's someone else better that's doing it. Like there's someone who's more equipped, who's more proficient, who has better strives and motivation to do it. That's nihilism. Like I'm brushing off my responsibilities because I know for a fact at this very moment someone is more appropriately geared towards that. So it prevents me, it's excusing me from doing that thing, which goes back to exactly what motivates someone to avoid doing something when they don't want to. So I just made an excuse for myself to not want to do the thing that I excuse myself for being not proficient enough to do it. So I still do all of these things. So in no way does a human, when they say, when you want to strive to do something, it's admirable BK. Like, always trying to respect all your cultures. It's nice to always try to do something. Keep that real. It's a goal that is unattainable, but it's a goal that motivates people. And I do that too. All the stuff that I say, I fail them like on a daily basis. It doesn't stop me from trying not to fail at. So every time I say these things, I'm not saying I'm doing them all or none, because I will fail to do them. So I can easily feel comfortable counter arguing myself, because it's difficult. Being human means you have biases. And a lot of people talk about practice what you preach, walk the walk, like walk the talk that you say all the time. It's like, yeah, you could keep trying that for sure. To be 100% compliant, that's like pretending you're a robot. Let's just be real. Anyone who argues against that, that's a human being. They don't even understand the human condition. And I don't respect that. That is looking at people like they're machines. That's looking at people that have no life experiences, no emotions, like no restrictions that can cause a person. It's like asking a person, "Hey, you might as well be a android with the emotion." I don't know. You might as well be a robot. So, personally, if I ever encounter someone who use that type of logic, I would respectively, probably as respectful as I can, decline their input because it's non-constructive. There's no possible way that human being who just said that thing could be satisfied with themselves, because they will be reminded that what they're saying they can't fulfill themselves. Unless that person truly is a robot, then fair enough. If that person turns out to be an AI chatting to me, then sure, the AI would win that argument. That is possible, by the way. It's a really weird digression, but it is possible that there could be a Twitch viewer that is just an AI chatbot that can reflectively create meaningful conversations and adhere and be fully compliant to what they're saying. That's besides the point. If you're talking to a human being and this human being says X, Y, and Z, it's not true. Yeah, that's still learning. Yeah, in a way, that's a very cute, it's a very endearing deep cut, because a lot of that stuff, that design, machine learning and stuff, is prominently based on how humans learn, minus the compliance. And I don't think you should be demonized. In my opinion, I don't think kids at a young age should be slapped too hard, figuratively, for finding out that sometimes their motivation wanes. Sometimes they change their minds. That whole zero tolerance compliance things, there are many cultures that do that. My parents raised me in a culture that does that. I have chosen to compromise with that culture. But I was raised in a household with a culture that has zero tolerance, or like nearly zero compromises. There's a right and a wrong way to even do things you want or not want to do. As an American, someone who was raised with pretty much 3 to 4 generation Americanized structure as friends and my parents' structure, I, habitually took a little bit of column A and a little column B. So this is what I settled on. And if I was raising a child, right, hypothetically, but if there's a chance I might not end up, if I die like tomorrow or something. That can happen, right? Or a meteor hits me in the face, like Mazuku said, like a meteor falls out of the sky and strikes the house. Well, that's a shame. But hypothetically, if I raise a child, these are all the things that concern me, even before this hypothetical child is not here yet. Every single day, if you're asking, well, what happens if I have no friends and no one likes me and stuff, is I am doing the best I can every single day, learning the best I can about teaching kids, teaching young adults, because every single day I am building towards raising a child. That's what I could say, honestly. Like, why do you get up what if no one likes you anymore? What if I want to be the best I can for the hypothetical child that I want to raise? That's probably what keeps me in line with constantly always doing things, even things I don't want, even things I don't want to pay attention to. Like that TikTok video where it showed this person literally blatantly lie about something because it's a trend on TikTok. And then it goes on YouTube. I'm not on TikTok, but a lot of YouTube shorts mirror TikTok. The trend is blatantly, literally lie for entertainment. Like, they literally lie, and they literally lie about facts that aren't facts, because the whole goal is this true or not? And that's the trend right now. It's like trying to get the audience to see if they're lying. Like, that is a trend. And I have to pay attention to those things, in my opinion, because I want to be aware of all this stuff. I want to know the context in which my future hypothetical child is going to grow up in. Because I want to know anything I could possibly do to raise another human being. Like, to safeguard or do whatever is needed. So, that's... If someone asks me, like, do you ever see yourself in a relationship? Yes, to raise a child. That's how I feel about my life. So if there's anything going on, it's like everything has a grand scheme, right? Raising a human being is like, there's no bigger challenge. And if you're a person, in my opinion, that was my opinion, there's no bigger challenge than raising another human being. And all this stuff, it's still a lot of fun. It's great. But the biggest picture is that all of this stuff will become relevant to someone else. And that's pretty sweet. So, no, I don't think anything is very unimportant. And I would say, no, I don't think things... there are things that don't deserve honest tries. However, I have to concede, yes, I do get lazy. I do act like a human being and give excuses to myself when I'm not motivated to do something. And yes, I am a hypocrite, because there are times when I can't uphold my high standards, my lofty standards that I hold myself to. To say otherwise, I'm no longer human. I abandon my humanity in order to achieve those states that we love to strive for. Content creators and influencers who only show the frame in which they are behaving humanly, that is a poor, unrealistic depiction, especially for young adults. The idea that all they witness are the times when the people don't slip up. They don't act human. They're subhuman, because the only thing that is exposed is what they want you to witness. So, like, this person lying about something, this person's whole content is about, hey, am I lying or not? You don't really know the person's personality. Like, someone who does this for a living, how does that affect their personality? How are they interacting in a situation where they're not making those contents? You don't see that. What I focus on that allows me to relate to people is the opportunity to do the rest, because you can't know the validity of a person by seeing what's in frame, literal in frame, like on a YouTube short or something. But it's nice that the internet is coming around. So there are plenty of initiatives now around the world, largely because Google is interested in it too. And like the American government, specifically because Google and a lot of the, I mean, it's the biggest investment holder is the United States. The government is intervening in terms of what the responsibility of the stuff they're doing, like the stuff children are seeing. So it raises a wonderful question, and I'm kind of happy in a way, or a little bit more optimistic, that a compromise, and this is a learning process in which now I won't have to, I hope to hear what you said a lot less from younger people. The idea that I'll become best with the mindset that there's always someone better. There's something inherently scary about that to me when I hear it from other young people. If I had my hypothetical child, and when that child turns like 14 and comes to me and say, well, it doesn't really matter, there's another Asian that does it better, my mind would explode. I would actually be very concerned in how I would be able to tackle that question. It would be very difficult for any parent to be able to help a child out of that mindset. I know, it's ironic. I use Asian because Asian is a meme, but and my child would likely be at least partially Asian, but nevertheless, they would probably not see it that way. What you're saying sounds a lot like when I asked my mom why she wanted children. Oh, that's cute. That's I inherited this aspect from my parents. You would be born with superpowers. I kid you not. In a really dark, real world, like I don't know if you've seen Amazon The Boys. In a really extreme case, if I was able to make sure that my child had superpowers that gave them the advantage overall, it would be really difficult too. It would be such a tempting option. The downside, the when I say I'm hesitant is because when a child gets superpowers, it will end up like the extreme case in The Boys, or it could be like me when I was growing up. They would not fit in. When you have an edge and you're isolated, you also have a very small pool or a very limited number of people that can relate to you. So, if my goal is to ensure that my hypothetical child is happy, the chances are not giving them superpowers is more likely to allow them a chance at happiness than having superpowers. It's a cognitive fallacy, where a lot of shows, a lot of more mature shows tackle this. Like parents have to constantly weigh the decision of making sure either their child fits in better or highlights what makes them different. And it's a balancing act. The more you highlight a child's special qualities, the likely they're going to stand out. And when they stand out, it effectively makes them lonelier. They are isolated. So you have to balance the idea of emphasizing that this child has a lot of commonality with other children, but at the same time, making sure they recognize that they do excel at certain things. And all that awareness can help them maybe strike a balance that they're satisfied with. So it's a balance of the Asian upbringing that I'm always reinforced and the American upbringing. It's kind of a blend of both of them. Because, yeah, you're really lonely if you excel. And then what? You're going to be surprised that you're not married at 35, at 30 plus, because you always strive to be better than everyone else. And then you're trying to live in a modern society looking for someone who feel like they want to be equals. It's like, well, you were driven to be exceptional, and now you're expecting someone to be able to relate to you in that situation. The odds are very, very slim. And then here's the kicker: the only person that would be able to relate to you is someone who's also extraordinary. When you get together, who do you think is going to get along with two? How do you expect two people who think they're extraordinary to get along with each other? In fact, it's an unfortunate mispairing. It's a double standard. When two extraordinary people get together, they are less likely to stay together, even though they are the two people that are most likely to understand how each other feels. Though it doesn't work the other way. Like, the other way, it works well. But this is one of those rare cases that the logic is a double standard. It's not true the opposite way. So often, an extraordinary person is complemented by someone who is dependent on that extraordinary person. So the more successful and consistent couple is one that is, there's a dependency on the other person, and this extraordinary person is dependent on the attention of this person, right? So there's more of a dependency relationship instead of having two independent people together, even though they can be really relatable. They can be great friends, but in that case, and it happens a lot. In my opinion, it happens even more so nowadays for like Asian, the Asian, strong Asian influence cultures, which makes couples having babies plummet. They're plummeting. Just, I prefer, like, as a Japanese person, I prefer to focus on my restaurant. I prefer to keep doing what I do really well. Babies? No time for that. So you have to give up a lot of things about yourself. So you start asking, like, do you impart this value to your child? Does how do you know if your child wants this? That's the kind of stuff that's so crazy. Like, I don't, but it is also the biggest challenge. So that's why that's it's all the reward, right? In the end of the day, it's the biggest challenge, and it will probably offer you, in my mindset, the mindset that I have, is the biggest reward someone can have in their lifetime. And I will jump the gun and say it's very difficult to see it as a failure. Oftentimes, there's a big assumption I'm making here. It's an assumption that in the near future, I am not without privileges. I would have a very different outlook if I didn't have the resources and means to raise a child. So that's an entirely different story that I cannot relate to. I cannot relate to my parents in that way either. My parents had children on the prospect that everything works out even with limited resources. They had children banking on the idea that they have to be successful. They knew, even though factually they didn't. They had my sister and me knowing no matter what they do, they would die being successful or die trying. For me, I'm looking forward to parenthood knowing I am already able to support the child. So it's like I can't even process how my parents managed that mindset. And it deals with a cultural difference, a gigantic cultural difference. Because my parents, as Chinese parents, not having children is a failure in life. So there's no room for not having a child or two. So, and they still impart that message to me. But luckily, by coincidence, I agree. However, it also means that I also have to get married too and the other stuff, which where I am in life, it's relatively optional, I guess. But that's a whole different rant. But anyways, I'm getting really old, so when you get older, you start thinking about these things. You start less thinking about how good you are as a guitar player, and I still do these things because other people do them, like Osu and stuff. But the stuff that I think about a lot is something reflective of someone who's in their 30s, in their mid 30s and 40s. Um, and it's fun seeing kids grow up and like other people's kids. It's fun seeing other people's kids growing up, taking inspiration. I mean, I like doing it. It's very interesting. Even when they fail, when they try to overcome adversity, that stuff I see, you see it every day. It's on the internet every day. And what I mean by you see it on the internet every day, you don't literally see it every day. I see it in the chats. I see it in the comments. I see when a kid just types when you see it 727 over and over again in an Osu chat to someone who can't possibly humanly even process or see that name. That's what I'm reading in between. When I see a YouTube video, I see something else. I don't see what's literally on a YouTube video. I'm thinking about something else. What that video represents. What would happen if you look at a video, you hear the remarks, you see the things, and then you scroll down and you see 750,000 subscribers. So what percentage of that actually watch this video, look at the view? It's like, what does this mean? That's kind of the more interesting things. It's no longer really interesting about what the quote unquote content of the video per se is saying, because I've been around and consumed enough content that quite literally most of the videos are repost. Like they're rehashing. There are videos now that make the 20 younger person feel like I've been there. So like nowadays, now millennial stuff are trending. So the YouTube stuff, when people are like, "Oh, did you know this was cool?" Yeah, it was cool when I was 16. Like the idea is no longer Gen Z stuff. It's a lot of the newer trending stuff is millennial rehashes. So like humans are very cyclic since the new content creators don't grow up with millennial concepts. They're making millennial content Gen Z related because Gen Z are not familiar with millennial concepts. The further we get into Gen Z, the more the millennial stuff will become more relevant because humans in the Gen Z did not live in a period where millennial concepts and culture existed. It's a cyclic thing. Before Gen Z, millennial was fascinated with the boomer culture. And it's loose because the internet was not around. So what millennials did was they talk about the stories. They talk about their grandparents' stories or their immediate parents' stories. I still talk about my family stories, and the cycle continues. So if I had to take a wild jab, the content creator of today, in a year or two, most of the stuff that was exclusive to the millennials' upbringing will be front and center. The edginess. What is a great rising trend that is super important that people love and it's hard to copy, hard to cooking. I don't know about you, but the skill of cooking was something very admirable and really cool. And it was a skill that was very important, and now it's trending. So stay tuned for more millennial content. Stay tuned, Gen Z, to see more millennial trending behaviors on YouTube and TikTok. And who knows? You might actually see your parents, or you might see me, I guess. Me, people in their 30s and 40s, make that content. Who knows? It might be good to take it from the source, right? Yeah, yeah. It's and I'm not saying it's generic, and I'm not saying I told you so in retrospect. I'm not trying to predict the future. I'm just saying humans love to experience something that they haven't experienced to connect with other people. New Lord of the Rings, Marvel for a new generation, new Star Treks. Soon there's going to be a new Dark Souls for Gen Z because each Dark Soul took about like 4 years. So like there's almost 16 years. Actually, there might be 16 years now since the first Demon Souls. All the reboots, all the remakes. It's marketing for a new gen because the old gen had it. And now to connect and cater to a new gen while also being relevant to the most recent gen, that's how it works. And content creation reflects that too. If the industries are doing it, content creators are going to consume that industry and reflect that as well. So, what is going to come back? Story driven games. Like, let's talk about gaming industry. Story driven games, they're going to come back. Guess what millennials started with? Story driven games. That's, you know, wait, the Gen Z never heard of a game where it's only text and choices. All right, we got to make that. That's kind of the human thing. Humans live on limited time and you cannot experience it. Like humans live in isolation of their previous legacy. So things come back. Retro gaming. Well, I had someone mentioned this earlier. I don't remember who asked me, but I think it was Fictitious. Fictitious asked me earlier about like, I wonder what happens to retro gaming in the future. And the idea is, my hot take is it just shifts. So like retro gaming of the yesteryear will be the retro gaming of the future year. And then in that future year, the gaming of today will become the retro gaming of yesteryear. So you just keep shifting perspective until humans live like 200 years, maybe 300 years. The framework, the perspective framework is going to be normalized to the average human lifespan. So if that perspective changes, human life expectancy overall changed. That's my hot take on perspective. So until humans grossly, so like our perspective today, our generation perspective is about 30 to 40 years, like give or take a few. It's getting longer because back in the day, it's like 10 years, then 5 years. People lived an average of 30 years old at one point. All, like the longest consistency average part, it's probably around 30 years. So perspective, experience is going to cycle based on human longevity, in my opinion, because we can't experience things. Big catch though. really, really big hot take. This is a wild card unless technology changes. Yeah, and yeah, you get full dive VR, but think about it this way. What if we can impart those emotional experiences in a smaller time frame? So what that how do I reconcile human lifespan with the perception of lifespan? Well, what I'm saying is figuratively. I'm not saying literally. I'm referring to the figurative life of a human being. So, if there's a technology that imparts 30 years of experience to a human being in 10 seconds, that person is experiencing the figurative 30 years. So they have added 30 years to the longevity of their figurative life. So if all the frames and technology accelerates how fast a human can take in information, experience, and stuff, that habitually is extending and maximizing the longevity of someone's life. So imagine someone's 70 if humans don't ever live longer than, say, 100 years. For example, it's just a biological limitation. There's a technological advancement that could let someone live 300 years of experience in 100 years. Time can be infinitely dilated to a human mind. Human minds are plastic in that way. You can feel there's a common saying for this, or there's an idiom for this. Time doesn't literally wait for anyone, but time speeds up and slows down for someone's mind. And that is very true. That's one of the, it's not the exact words. It's something about like time moves slow and fast. Like time changes in people's perspective, but time doesn't actually literally change, right? So the idea is if there's a technology like VR, I know that's not what your intent was, but VR is a great example. If you're able to condense the experience rapidly, you can technically live with more experiences, but not literally longer. You would culminatingly, figuratively gain more experience. You're wondering, nah, there's no example of that. Yes, there is. Education. Education is a condensed form of what I just described. How do we keep on adjusting education so that humans can constantly need to know more and more in the same amount of 12 years? Like we have not changed the length. Well, 10 to 12 years, right? Like globally, that framework has stayed the same, but more and more is smashed into those same years. They're maximizing the years. So we can become more and more efficient with our biological time, which squeezes in more figurative time into our time frame. So there are many ways to make humans feel older. I felt like I was 60 when I was born. Honestly, right now I feel like I'm 30. Or I feel like I'm 15 being online, right? It's perspective. But still, that's the idea anyways. So, hot take, the future trends, look to millennial. I'm going to say whatever happened in the 90s. We're about up to the 90s. We've already gone through a 70s and 80s phase, especially for the gaming industry. Whatever's happening in the 90s, all right, maybe 90s, early 2000s, those are the next trends to happen. Well, we've already got into Lord of Rings and stuff, so we're pretty much in the early 2000s now. But 20 years, 20 to 30 year. It's always lagging 20 to 30 years. I don't, yep. Have you heard of a game called Slime Son? No, I have not. No, it is really cute though. It's very cute. Is it a platformer? It kind of looks like a retro platformer. Maybe a Metroid? Is this a Metroid game? Rooms, maps. Oh, you got it gifted? This looks like a really cute game. Very cute. I don't know if it's an action adventure or a Metrovania game at the moment. It strikes me more like a Metrovania game. But there's a timer which throws me off. This might also be a like a Meat Boy thing. So I'm guessing it's a platformer first. Yeah, there's a level editor. Yeah, so this is a platformer. Ooh, these things can be brutal, by the way, PK. But it would strike me as a game that you might enjoy because it's pretty brutal. Platformer heavy focus games with timers and room based things like this can be a little bit hardcore. It looked terrifying. Yeah, this is definitely like a post Super Meat Boy design. Oh, I see. So your friends, I'm guessing it's a friend who kind of thought you might get a emotional, emotional, emotional feedback out of this. I like the aesthetic though. Aesthetic is pretty sweet. It's very stylized. Can't really say what I feel like since I haven't been older than I'm right now. Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. But that's it. Just what I have to say is if your parents, or not really your parents, but if you have older people like myself, right? Those people are going to become edgier and edgier as we're going, as a content creation, because we have to remember the internet only predates, the internet only succeeded after boomers. So now the internet is doing something that back in the day before the internet cycled too. Like how things come back into trend. Like how pants, how clothing cycled within the lifespan, like relative lifespan of the average human being. So now the internet is cycling too. But the internet came in post millennial trends. So the millennial trends of yesteryear, so a lot of the trends didn't make it before the internet had this pipeline of things. So if I had to guess, eventually, oh, okay. If I had to guess, eventually we had to upload all this stuff, right? The human history is going to eventually all make it cycling into the internet, and then it's going to be up for scrutiny. So more and more millennial trends are coming back in a big slap in the face. So I'm actually kind of finding it super humorous. And yes, it makes it easier to talk to adults. That's it. That's I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but sooner or later my what I look forward to, what the one of the bigger silver linings is, I hope it progress in a way that I think it's going to, because it would mean kids will be able to relate to their parents through the lens of the internet. And it's getting closer in that. And there are a lot of ways that this is working in. It's not just trending in industry, it's also governments. Like governments that are concerned about traditional values, giving more. So pretty much the people who's in power, right? Those people who care or worry about the safety of content and stuff, they are reflective of millennials and some boomers, but boomers are kind of being phased out at the moment because they're all like 60 plus, or even in their hundreds now. Like they're like 70s, 80s now. So what's happening is there are so many forces that are giving representation of what the current adults find acceptable. And then when that happens, it gives an opportunity for younger people to get to see all of it. And then, you kind of say like, "Oh, well, at least I know what it's like." You know? Um so it gives you a common ground and no longer be like forcing an adult to try to resonate with Fortnite, for example. Like it's both grounds now. Now the kids will be exposed to something their parents were exposed to. So now you can have like, oh yeah, it's kind of like this. Oh yeah, it's kind of like this. Your Fortnite kind of reminds me of when I used to play World of Warcraft. Or, it's not like that. And those are terrible examples because they're nothing alike. But what I'm talking about is there are going to be analogous ways that kids, and I'm already seeing this, which is fantastic because from time to time I get a rare chance to meet couples, parents. Like I got maybe 2 or 3 times over my 3 years of streaming, I met a father and a son pairing because the father's love for something else was the reason why the son got involved in gaming with the father. What's happening right now? D&D, Warhammer, uh I mean, a little Magic the Gathering maybe. And for your future, when you grow older, it'll be Pokemon. so so it's kind of cool. I think humans end up working it out. I'm optimistic. Call me an optimist. It'll eventually cycle around, and it'll be fun to talk to what I'm doing. Everything I'm doing now will be something. If I had a child, hypothetical child, it will be relatable to my hypothetical child because like what they're going to be exposed to will have relevance to what is already existing now, and I just had to stay trendy. Just gotta keep on learning. That is a very unpopular opinion that I just said. People at some point stop caring about learning things. They do often decide to just stick with what they know. That is kind of reflective of boomers because boomers came at a period before the internet existed. Millennials are kind of divided. There are millennials that have the traditional. If I had to like categorize it, it's like the millennials that went back to boomer, as opposed to the millennials that transitioned into Gen Z, where like there are people who literally still don't choose not to be engaged on the internet or minimize internet exposure. In fact, they would go even further to demonize online experiences, even diminish the importance of how the internet became a lifestyle, continue to not define themselves. And that's fair. That's their choice. And then there's millennials like myself who completely integrated to the point where it's probably difficult to know if I was a millennial or not anymore. Because if I was talking about stuff and a Gen Z had to characterize myself, they would more likely say it's more believable that I am a Gen Z than I am a boomer at this point. So, but when I talk amongst people my age, it's like it's like a fence right down the middle. You either everything that comes out of your mouth means like, oh yeah, the internet stuff is no big deal. Like I sometimes get on, like do this, or you get like, hey, I sent you a YouTube short, and they would like not get off their phones. They would like literally communicate and type to each other at the same time. I'm further on the other end. Like when we get a gathering, it's like, what do we do? I don't know. Let's play apples to apples with all our smartphones. I still do the somewhat boomer things too. Like, what do you want to do? Oh, I'll bring a board game over. So like, there is still some integration between the two. It's just, uh, it's no longer the millennial period constitutes a transition period. So they are inherently the most confusing generation right for now. For now, they are the most confused generation. For now. Later down the line, Gen Z, when they introduce, I don't know what's after Gen Z. Oh, wait, I think it's called Gen Alpha. So like the current Gen Alphas are like almost preteens. They're like 10 years old now or something. The Gen Alphas, there might be another technological, maybe like full dive VR becomes a normal thing, right? And then Gen Alphas live exclusively in full dive VR. So then they have to reconcile, do I make the leap to another lifestyle change or do I stay the same? Millennials asked that question already. Or they didn't literally ask them something, they decided just by feeling. And I've embraced the Gen Z lifestyle. Like, my parents are like, they're boomer esque. Although they do have iPads now and they do look at YouTube videos. So, but they haven't most of their lives. Even though, like, for the last 15 plus years, it's only been like the last year or two. So it'll be kind of funny to hear when I'm like an old bag, right? When I'm like 60 or 70, it would be fun to hear what Gen Z is going to be like, where Gen Z have to decide, do they stay with their Gen Z things or do they move forward if there's a paradigm shift in lifestyle? If the lifestyle substantially changes, what side of the Gen Z transition are they going to take? It's a cycle because humans are a cycle. We only live for so long. So we frame most of our inspiration, our knowledge, our wisdom based on our average life cycle. Because that experience is not transferable. You can't just say, hey, my child, have all my experiences and then make the decision. No, they will only have experiences within their framework and be able to decide on that. So I look forward to hearing when Gen Z becomes the most complicated generation, and then the millennials are like, we're pretty much stuck in our ways now. And then generation like you, PK, is gonna go through the same. You will become the middle generation, and then your generation is gonna be like, we have all the problems, and then the millennials are already out the door. They're like, whatever, we're over it. It's like, we're over it. You go do your young things. Just tell me when you stop. Like, we won't be alive to find out if you are not. You're gonna end up being not confused. But it's safe to assume you're gonna be less confused when you grow older. There are a lot of hot takes that I wish would come true. That a lot of optimistic scientists is just spinning the wheel. If it does come true, oh man, that would be so awesome. What if we like terminal diseases? You know, like there are a lot of what ifs. Like, what if medical science advances, has a quantum leap forward, and then like some of the terminal illness are can be can be reverse engineered or retroactively nullified, which exponentially extends the life of my current generation moving forward. All that stuff, all those what ifs, that would be pretty sweet. Um, those are big what ifs, right? The only time I ever talk about the future and trends is what I know now for a fact, not on what if something happens. Like, for example, what if we did find a cure for cancer in the next, if I'm going to be optimistic, I might have 40 plus years left in my life. Like, that's relatively optimistic, I think. But within those 40 years, what could happen in medicine? What could It's pretty sweet. You can think about those things, but generally the stuff I said is just based on what has already happened as opposed to what may or may not happen. And that's what's exciting. That's what's exciting about life. So it keeps me on my toes. Like while I know these things and they are the most realistic outcomes of these things, it is amazing to see how wrong I can be. I wanted to phrase it that way because I think the internet right now, unlike boomers and early millennials, being wrong isn't necessarily the end of the world. And it doesn't necessarily mean you can't grow or it's a meaningless thing. Right now, though, on the internet, you would not know that because most things that you're exposed to are done with intent and intentionally achieving that. There are rarely ever highlights of people who are doing something and its unintended effects. Those things are demonized, like to high heaven. So for me, I look forward to being wrong. I challenge Gen Zs to prove that you aren't just going to rehash millennial interest in the next couple years. That would be amazing because then it means millennials like myself get to witness and live long enough to experience something different. It's still going to be different overall. Like millennial trends in the lens of Gen Z will be different. So I still look forward to that. But I would love to see that it's not just millennial trends. It's like something crazy that I can't possibly like when I was growing up as a teenager, I had no idea. Internet, like what the heck? Like the internet of today is unfathomable what it is before the internet. So I hope I get to live long enough to see something amazing into my old age. Like I hope this craziness continues in my opinion or else life just wouldn't be as exciting. And yes, I don't envy nor do I relate to my millennial peers that rejected the internet. Missing out on the internet is like missing out on so much interesting things. You just decided to choose, and I get it. I get it. They might be happier or what have you. You know, they made their decisions because they are happier. But I can't empathize with that. I can't relate to that. How can you sit there, go to work, come back, watch programming that are just static and a rehash of everything you love since the first 30 years of your life and just continue to proceed to be okay with that to live until you die? Like, okay, I can't empathize with that. I can see how that's very comfortable. But that doesn't give me up. Uh, if I knew when I go to bed today and I wake up and I will do the same thing again, like from beginning to end, I just wouldn't get up. It sounds really dark, but this is a sentiment that shows that I can empathize with Gen Z far more than I can empathize with my boomer embracing millennial period people. Because when things don't change fast enough, a generation that grows in the pace of the internet, that's the pace I'm living in now. I got to get up, I got to see something new. I got to get up, I got to read something new. I just got to keep going. It's forward. And every time I'm trying to relate to someone my age, in the Asian culture, it's a lot slower and it's difficult to relate. But you know, not gonna drink anything, having you take a sip. I know, I do this a lot. It's a poor habit of mine. When I get to start talking, the moment I stop talking, I'll start to like cough and stuff, and I know that I need to drink something. But I do need to get off. So I'm going to drink, and I'm going to eat. My father brought me some food. I have this container of food. So I'm gonna log off. You know, happy holidays, Merry Christmas to those who observe. Happy Christmas Eve. I will still be back tomorrow because I'm stubborn. I need to finish my Osu practice, but yeah. Have a good one if I don't see you. Well, what? One question, huh? Go ahead. Last one. Last question. I mean, I don't think you really asked me any questions today, so first and last question of the day. I try to hydrate for 6 hours. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Is that even a question? By the way, PK, you can always just DM me stuff too. I don't know if you use Discord. Actually, I don't know if your family is comfortable with Discord. Oh, okay. So, just making clear that I know this sounds kind of weird to ask sometimes, but Discord is a weird place. So, it's a very selective place. So, a lot of times, as someone thinking about it, yeah, if you're comfortable with Discord, then yeah, just send me DMs and stuff. I don't have to be talking. I type a lot more than I talk. It sounds wildly crazy, but you can just go to the lounge and you'll see that I type a lot more than I talk. My voice doesn't hold up very well. After 3 years, it's been okay. Like it's gotten a lot better, but my vocal strength is not that great. I don't sing or anything, or I try to sing for a while, but it's difficult to talk and sing, like practice singing and talking. So, anyways, just share something if you want in Discord. Just it'd be interesting. You're more than welcome to uh randomly post something and all that. Discord makes it a lot easier because if you're uncomfortable, right? If you're uncomfortable and whatnot, it stays in Discord. At least I make sure at least the people that are in are fairly respectable, or they're kind of just observers. All right. So good luck with your songwriting. Yeah. Have a happy holiday, right? The rest of the holiday. Have a great Christmas day. If I don't see ya, I know you're having fun, right? Yeah. And then for the rest, thanks for having this holiday hangout. It was a nice rant, very comfortable. And stay safe, everyone. Stay healthy. Happy holidays. Happy gaming. All right. I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.